Julian Arnold, similar to Navratil, also a great singles player, very capable of playing an up-tempo, aggressive style. And Catherine Parenteau can do a little bit of everything. She can be aggressive when she needs to, but certainly capable of grinding and keeping them in points if they need to play that patient style.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch to see how this patient game, or maybe lack thereof patience, as the wind conditions will increase throughout the day. It was definitely something to note as of yesterday. It changes the style of play for a lot of these athletes, as well as the chill in the air. First serve now underway. And it's also going to be fun. You've got the lefty and Jade Kawamoto on the right side, so some double forehands up the middle.
Yeah. So expect them to stay in that cross-court pattern predominantly, at least to start this match, to feel each other out.
And it appears as Catherine Parenteau and Julian Arnold find a second point, they are definitely testing that middle early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Julian Arnold especially is going to want to shift over, look for opportunities to be aggressive anytime he can sink his teeth into a ball here.
So give me a rundown. You gave me a little bit of an education on the temperature and the wind and some of the effects and impacts it might have on the game after this point.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, when players don't trust their touch as much because the wind is swirling and really changing the direction of the ball, sometimes they want to try to win points playing a little bit faster where they don't have to string together as long of combinations of points in a row.
Second serve.
So maybe some shorter rallies throughout the day.
0-3-2.
Finding that left hip of Jade Kawamoto.
Yeah, she was on it. I'd like to see her sit down just a little bit more to put herself in a better position to counterpunch there.
Second serve.
And you see early on the male players are certainly looking to use that third shot drive a certain amount. That's one way to adjust to the windy conditions.
And a good lead from Kawamoto.
0-3-1.
Yeah, nice job by Kawamoto, recognizing how good the drop of Navratil was. She really closed in a hurry, really maximized her lean to speed that one up out of the air.
Cross-court speed up. Nice shot selection from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, he recognized that Arnold would be leaning middle, knowing that he popped that ball up. Great job going back behind him there.
What defense from Jade Kawamoto! She saved them 3 or 4 different times.
Yeah, her ability to reset in the middle of chaos really goes a long way in extending points.
I know they didn't win the point, but it sure feels like they did. Big forehand from Julian Arnold.
Yeah, that's where Kawamoto every now and then may need to keep Arnold a little bit more honest. He was leaving a lot of space open up the line there. I know she's trying to catch them unwinding the stack, but sometimes driving back behind the male player just keeps them from taking too much court.
A lot of open space as Catherine's backhand is covering.
Yeah, when he comes that far over, speeding up cross court does expose your line. So unless you get your opponents on that speed up initially, you're probably going to get beat.
Wild bounce on that one.
Second serve.
And to your point, yes, this is the first time Julian Arnold and Parenteau are playing together. Their first match and first tournament playing together. Catherine traditionally playing with Tyson McGuffin this year. However, Tyson out with a minor foot injury.
Well, it's not a bad thing to be Parenteau. I know last tournament when McGuffin went out with his foot injury, she was able to pick up, I believe,
Zane Navratil,
right?
The guy on the other side of the net.
And now she's able to get Julian Arnold. So no shortage of strong partners for her, that's for sure.
There's that speed up the line from Jade.
Yeah, and Arnold, looking to take a chance going right at Jade. She did a great job of countering, and as the point extended, Arnold just wasn't able to catch up with one of the subsequent balls.
Another good drop.
Yeah, and it's the forward pressure of being decisive where they both closed in after that drop that made that a tougher shot for Arnold.
Second serve.
Saw a lot of shake and bake when Zane Navratil played alongside Parenteau. They went full send on that third shot drive. Oh, off his back foot and off the bounce.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the disguise is one element off the speed up off the bounce. It's so important. Wasn't power that really got Arnold the point there. Really was deceptive, made that look like a dink till the last possible second.
Second serve.
And we've seen just a few thirds from all the players here catch that tape. Again, mentioning the windy conditions, it just throws the touch off just a little bit to be significant at this level. And Arnold going with not a conventional speed up there, trying to use the two-hander going back across to Zane Navratil. Got a little unlucky with the tape there.
And Zane putting a ton of pressure, just really sitting on the tee right there at the kitchen line.
Yeah, the drive from his partner was a little high, but he showed some great reflexes there to steal that point away. Nice location on the speed up there by Parenteau. Got that left tip of Navratil. He uses both two and one hands on the backhand, and not a bad location to cause some indecision.
Wow, that flew off the paddle of Julian Arnold.
Yeah, we mentioned the drive and serve combination of Zane Navratil really can generate a lot of power on that forehand side.
Kawamoto and Navratil earn another point.
7-4-2. Point. Timeout receivers, 8-4-2.
Zane Navratil and Jade Kawamoto off to a firing start here in game number 1 in their first round match against Julian Arnold and Parenteau. And a little bit more patience. Julian Arnold had the same look that we saw him take that step back on the tee, and instead of speeding up, he went with a nice little dink.
Yeah, likely was part of the conversation with them in the timeout. Just, hey, let's work the point a little bit longer, let some of the points come to us more organically and go from there.
I wouldn't say that's that organic from Zane Navratil, creating off the edge.
Yeah, and that's the risk that Catherine has, dinking up her line to Navratil. Very athletic and very capable of jumping that kitchen. Well, Arnold disguised it well, but he may have fooled himself and waited just a little long, unable to clear the net there.
Second serve.
Yeah, in hindsight, may have just been a little bit too low to take a swing at from Jade, but she's balanced patience and aggression beautifully so far this match.
There's the aggression, and
Exactly.
I caught up with her as well as her sister, Jackie, and the conversation was, what have you been working on? They said, we're trying to get more aggressive. We're trying to find more speed ups. I also think that's the case for just about every pro on this tour.
Yeah, the game's getting faster. Paddle technology is getting grittier, and the capability of coming up with offensive shots from lower locations is becoming more available.
Beautiful little combination from Julian Arnold.
Yeah, again, he's just doing such a great job of disguising that. No backswing at all in his motion, just accelerates through the ball, is always ready for that ball to come right back. Well played.
5-9-1.
Corner pocket for Julian Arnold.
Really tough to be able to come up with that much spin on the stretch with a reaction volley there. And that's what they need just in time here. Need to make a run right now.
And it looks as if Julian Arnold's starting to find some success even on that backhand side of Navratil.
Yeah, he's really clogging the middle right now and looking to implement his will early.
Like a wall is Julian Arnold, but Zane Navratil says, man, what do I have to do?
Well, he finally just hit it away from him, right? To finally get the point. Tested him about 3 times and said, okay, I got to go to a different spot here.
Wow, I'm waiting for the first Andiamo. I haven't heard it yet as they've earned several back just within one now.
8-9-2.
Clips the top of the net, gave him too much loft. They get the ball back.
9-8-1. Second serve.
Yeah, a little unconventional to drive that ball. Generally, if you're not
9-8-2.
balanced, dropping is usually the more percentage play.
Side out.
Zane looked like he wasn't sure exactly what he wanted to do on that.
Yeah, and it's a couple different ways to use the drive. You can drive, kind of wait, and then drop the next one, or you can drive and just immediately get in there and look for the volley. They appear to be a little bit more aggressive with driving and just crashing right in.
That was a nice adjustment there by Zane, though. Watching his backside just a second longer. Nice cover as that ball just flies off the paddle of Jade Kawamoto. It's 9-all.
Good deep serve there by Arnold.
Right through the middle for Julian Arnold.
Yeah, it wasn't just a great shot, but a great recognition of where the hole would be on the court. He saw Kawamoto slide over for the Ernie, knew that there would be some space right up the center. Really smart there by Arnold.
Well, you mentioned the timeout at 4-8. They actually went one further down at 4-9. So that's the amount that they have come back to this point after that timeout. Now with a game point lurking for Parenteau and Arnold.
10-9-2. Side out.
And they changed up the third shot drive location. They had been going at Zane Navratil and said they go at Jade. A much needed side out now. direction of the team in red.
Yeah, just constant pressure, and Kawamoto and Navratil both weren't able to get comfortably established at the kitchen line there.
Speed up from Jade Kawamoto. She started that one.
Well, and like you mentioned, you can see she's clearly looking for offense early in these points as she's transitioning to the line.
Goodness, talk about a slow death from Zane Navratil.
I think he fooled just about everyone in the stadium on that. What a time for it to earn themselves a game point here.
Game number 1 to the 26 seed, 12-10. Now at Bell Bank Park, Jade Kawamoto and Zane Navratil picking up game 1, 12-10 over Julian Arnold and Parenteau. And a missed return gets them the first point.
Yeah, certainly a little colder here this morning. That Duraball tends to fly a little bit more during colder conditions.
You know, and in the commercial break, we were having a conversation. I love watching mixed doubles. I think it's my favorite style of play. I think it's so fun to watch so many different dynamics to unfold. And that first game was a great epitome of why this sport is so fantastic, as these men and women are on the court at the same time.
Yeah, there's so many subtle adjustments that they can make, and really separates pickleball from a lot of sports where this is a big time marquee event. To be able to have the mixed component really adds to it.
And quickly talking is Julian Arnold. He may think he's the king of this court after MLP. And he'd have reason to be one. He ended up winning MLP with the Mad Drops, as well as becoming the MVP of MLP.
Yeah, it's certainly a breakout event for him.
Wow, cross-court, cross-body.
Well, it's tough to show, you know, on television, but the last dink by Kawamoto just had so much bite on that slice. It really creates some indecision out of Parenteau as to what her best response is.
I do know the Kawamotos, both Jade and Jackie, I believe are free agents on the paddle market, so if anyone's looking. I don't know where that deal stands now, but as of a few weeks ago.
Well, paddle manufacturers should be paying attention to that, absolutely.
Five,
5-1 now, the 7th seed. Much better begin. Talking about bite, how about that dink from Parenteau?
Absolutely, she's just being a little more aggressive off the ground. And what that enables is it enables her partner to not necessarily hold his line as much. He can then go more towards the middle, and that's what we've seen out of Julian Arnold. He's been a little bit more aggressive with his movement, but the placement and the aggressive dinking of Parenteau enables that.
High fives for Julian Arnold and Parenteau, who have put themselves in a solid position here in game 2. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. And as for another duo, that's Jade Kawamoto and Zane Navratil. A different look for Julian Arnold.
Yeah, coming all the way over off of that return and then speeding up the next ball. He really is one of the elite shot makers that we have on tour, and putting it on display here.
Julian Arnold is unstoppable. Parenteau hit the ball once in that.
No, he's turned up the dial right now, and he's committed to playing up tempo and moving as aggressively as he can right now.
And too much on that from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, it's the level of defense, though, that Parenteau and Arnold are able to come up with that's forcing Navratil to aim for a smaller target there.
1, 2. Side out.
He was sitting backhand, and Julian gives him a smirk.
Yeah, he was right on that. I don't hate the play by Navratil, though, because Arnold was dictating every single ball. Sometimes you just have to punch back a little bit.
Second serve.
Really nice choice by Parenteau there to go back behind Navratil. He was really looking for the poach, and she kept him honest nicely. Yeah, Navratil there for the first speed up, but wasn't able to get that second one. Nice job from Parenteau.
I wonder if I can get one of those shirts. That's Jade and Jackie. That's what I'm talking about. I wonder if they sell those over at the store.
I think that is fan number 1 in the stands right now. Love it.
I need me one of those. I'm definitely a Jade and Jackie fangirl.
Second serve.
Certainly a lot to like about each of their games, that's for sure.
10, 1, 2. Side out.
That's the second we've seen just on the backhand body of Julian Arnold.
Yeah, it seems like it's a routine error, but when you think about how aggressive he is, darting towards the middle, going at him is a good way to just keep him honest.
1, 10, 2.
So 1 to 10 still. And a nutmeg.
Yeah, just a little too high on the drive there from Kawamoto, and Arnold making him pay the price there.
What a drive, and game number 2 to Julian Arnold and Catherine Parenteau.
Yeah, sporting that Ava Leigh clothing line from Selkirk.
Meanwhile, game 3 just about to get underway. Catherine Parenteau gets us started. Jeez, Jade Kawamoto's defense.
Yeah, she's doing everything she can, but more of the same from Parenteau and Arnold. They've really committed to almost not dinking, just firing as often as possible and just staying on offense the entire time.
0, 1, 1.
And it's interesting, we also were having a conversation this morning as we were getting ready for broadcast, talking about paddle angle and paddle location in terms of that speed up on the forehand side. Particularly off the bounce, as that's a fantastic rally right there. But it's interesting how much you have to drop that paddle face.
Yeah, I think if you don't drop the head of the paddle and hit it more like a traditional ground stroke, at least the tendency in my game when I started out was I would hit the net a lot on my speed ups. And so just in order to clear the net, dropping the head below the ball is the start, and then being able to kind of brush the bottom edge or bottom side of the ball is kind of the motion that you see most of these pros using to at least force their opponents to volley.
Has a little bit more side spin to it as well when you drop that paddle head.
Yeah, just another continue to play good placement with those dinks from Kawamoto there. Anytime you can get it near your opponent's feet, it really can cause indecision about what their next response should look like.
A really nice read right there from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, it can always feel a little dicey as the male player when you come all the way on the other side, but he had a high ball and was able to stay in control there.
Just wide.
It's in.
And actually, it's going to be overturned.
Yeah, Navratil drawing on some of his singles prowess there for that beautiful forehand drive.
Slapping that down is Julian Arnold.
Side out, yes.
Yeah, you always like to have one of those right after the timeout. We'll see if they can close the gap here.
That one's sent up to the rafters.
Yeah, beautiful backhand swinging volley there from Navratil. Really generated a lot of pace and spin on that one.
And a second point for Parenteau and Arnold.
There were several balls there where I really expected Arnold to kind of surrender and just dink, but he kept his foot on the gas and it paid off for him.
Trying to find the backside, but Zane Navratil, he had a tough combination in there. He had to step into the kitchen, get back out to be able to then find that backhand on the combo.
You had to show off some fancy footwork there.
Speaking of footwork, Julian Arnold's trying to take his toe off.
Yeah, and that's the downside of driving and crashing in immediately. If your opponent is able to get that ball at your feet, it's so tough to stay on the point.
Side out.
Trying to look for a drop instead is Jade Kawamoto. Right now, have to unwind the stack.
2, 5, 1.
Oh, that is just crispy clean from Jade Kawamoto.
She tells Arnold, stay on your side. Honor that line. Yeah, great usage of leaning in and using heavy spin from Navratil. It's not just the power there, it's his ability to get that ball to dip to an unattackable location.
At 6. Change ends.
Ball just long, so that's going to bring us to the 6th point here in game number 3, which means it's time for a change of ends as we look to the grandstand as well, where they just picked up their second Triple Crown.
6, 1. 6, 6, 1.
Center court, championship court, back underway. We did have a few big upsets in terms of the singles competition yesterday. Catherine Parenteau took a loss to Mary Brasha, so big congrats to Mary.
6, 2, 2.
Having made it into the semifinals.
I was just going to say Annalie Waters and Ben Johns will not be getting their triple, double, triple, as Ben Johns was upset by Federico Staxrud, who's been really in form all year in his singles game.
So Staxrud will play in the singles final against Jade as there's an open angle. Smooth as can be from Julian Arnold.
Yeah, and it's very rare to see winners in doubles. We mentioned the shot-making ability of Arnold, and that's what they're going to need to claw their way back in this third game.
Some noise on the side of Parenteau and Arnold, 4-6.
And the coverage, the court coverage of Arnold was just incredible there. Kawamoto doing everything she could to try to keep it away from him, but he's just everywhere right now.
Game point on the grandstand. A hip check for Arnold.
Yeah, nice job going at him, but like you mentioned, right at that right hip, unable to clear his body for the forehand volley there.
And a missed return gives an easy 5th.
5, 6, 2. Side out. Yes. 6, 1.
Zane Navratil with some nice top spin. Propelled that ball down below the height of the net. Same thing. Both Kawamoto and Navratil just firing away.
Well, yeah, they know how aggressive Arnold's been with his court coverage, and if you slow it down, in a way, it almost plays into his hands. So they're committing to aggression and getting some errors on the volleys here.
I like that, committing to aggression. I think my mother would say that's my life motto. I was way too aggressive as a child.
I have a couple of those kids at home, so I can relate a little bit. Of course, I was an angel growing up, obviously.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, game 3 could come to a conclusion after this. Thanks for joining us here on Championship Court. Julian Arnold and Catherine Parenteau in game 3 action. And another point on the board, which means it's match point.
10, 5, 1.
And I love it. It comes from the paddle of Jade Kawamoto. The aggressive play pays off with the victory.
Yeah, it was really a story of whichever team was more bold and not necessarily waiting for that perfect moment, but just took it to their opponents, really ended up taking each game here. So great match on both sides.
Here's a look at Jade Kawamoto. She sped that up from the transition zone. Absolutely fearless. And Championship Court is underway with a quick shot at Pat Smith.
Yeah, great close there by Buckner and a great location to find that chicken wing location on Pat Smith. Yeah, mentioned the power that Meghan has. Anytime she gets a high ball, she really has that one ball put away power in her arsenal. Yeah, excellent body control there by Deakin, and a good patient point all around. From Dizon's perspective, it looks like she had him moving, but he planted his feet and got his body in front of that counterpunch.
Oh, had some room, but it's just wide of the court.
1-1.
Don't worry, not an earthquake, folks.
Point. 2-1 toe.
Really reaching in, but to me, that's the same thing. How far can you reach in, maintaining balance and getting enough shape on the ball?
Yeah, and the ball was a pop-up, but it was barely a pop-up, and so the response from Dizon has to be a medium-paced attack there. It looked like she tried to hit a little too hard for how low that ball was.
Point. 2-2-1. Second serve.
We mentioned there's a few different ways to use that third shot drive. Steve Deakin, really a master of using what I call the drive-drop combo. He uses that drive as a way to get a weaker response to eventually get to the net. But showcase there, it also has the option of maybe earning the missed volley and winning the point right there too.
Point.
Misdink for Pat Smith, but I'm liking the slice backhand I'm seeing from Brooke Buckner as she's kind of getting in that transition zone, getting up to that kitchen line. She's being able to keep that ball down at the feet of her opponents. Impressive.
Yeah, Buckner and Deakin did a good job of extending the point there, but just never could kind of get out of jail and get one down enough to completely neutralize the point there. Good aggression by Pat Smith and Meghan-Dizon.
He leaves it and it lands. The leave and land is not a play you want.
Not the one that you want on your stat sheet, absolutely. A little look what I found from Pat Smith there.
3-4-1. Point.
And that's kind of the difference that I'm seeing from Steve Deakin to Pat Smith. It seems like when Pat's driving, he's looking to close in and look to pounce on any weak volley, whereas Deakin is using it more to set up an easier drop to get to the line.
Point.
Taking one off the chest is Steve Deakin.
5-4-1. Point. Timeout. Receiver.
Yep. From Deakin's perspective, really looked like it was going to be out off the paddle, but a great usage of spin to bring that in at the last second from Pat Smith.
Meghan-Dizon and Pat Smith in action with a 2-point advantage over Brooke Buckner and Steve Deakin.
Second serve.
Yeah, and a great adjustment there. I imagine in the timeout they talked about the need to get better depth on their returns. The drive ability from Pat Smith and Dizon has really been problematic for them early on. And we're seeing any time they just kind of float a return in, it's putting them immediately on defense. So they're going to need to have more of a singles mindset with taking a little more risk on the initial return.
Got that ball down at the knee of Pat Smith.
4-7-1.
Brooke Buckner, the former Division I tennis player, as is Meghan-Dizon.
What a dig there by Buckner to set up her partner, and that's what it's going to take, is winning a few more of these fast twitch athletic points. They're comfortable in grinding it out, but they're going to need to play offense a little more often. Well done.
Point.
And that's the hard part of finding the hip. Trying to protect that is not the easiest thing.
Yeah, not just great power there, but beautiful location, jamming up Pat Smith there on the volley. Great technique as well as great location on the speed up there from Buckner. Did a nice job of dropping the head and finding that medium pace to slide that one through the middle.
Wow, awfully close to being very painful for Meghan-Dizon.
And that's why we love pickleball, but can get a little scary at times in those fast exchanges. That ball can get on you in a hurry.
Hopefully she's okay. I don't know if it actually ended up hitting her, but my goodness, that was as close as it gets. Off the ball, it actually came off my own paddle and hit me in the eye. I don't know if that speaks for my skill level or not, but.
Well, you're not the only one, so no worries, Cameron.
9-7-1.
9-7. Buckner and Deakin. We're down 2 at one of the timeouts, 4-6, so now have found the advantage to this point.
9-7-2. Side out.
Yeah, it looked like Deakin was just maybe moving through that one a little bit. And an unconventional error from him there.
Point.
Yeah, and most of these teams are going to stack, which means they're going to try to get the male player or whatever player they feel like's forehand is in the middle when they can, but getting caught unwinding the stack is certainly problematic if you can't get there in time.
That was from the top floor for Pat Smith. Again, you mentioned unwinding the stack causing issues. That's a great example. Nice drive from Hyundai. And you can see just how difficult unwinding is when you've got somebody that can drive like both Pat Smith and Dizon.
And
Watch for Buckner to potentially go up the line here, give herself some more space. Instead, she goes to Pat Smith. Interesting, as it ends up being Dizon and Smith on top, 11-9.
yeah, again, I prefer the up the line return, but wherever you go, you have to have depth. And that's where I said, even if it means you taking more risk and missing an occasional return, those mid-court returns right now just aren't doing the job for them so far.
Game number 1 to Dizon and Smith here in their first round matchup versus Brooke, Buckner, and Steve Deakin. Awfully close, just 2 points difference. He thought to maybe leave and land, but that time it landed.
Yeah, I'd love to say that Deakin hit that lob on purpose, but I think that was just some good fortune with the deflection volley there.
Wow, Pat Smith. I don't even know if that ball was going to stay in, but he still went for it.
He said, you know what, if it's up that high, I've got the power to just put this thing away no matter what. So had to slide off the court there, but nice footwork to get around the kitchen.
Brooke Buckner got a paddle on it. That was impressive enough.
Point.
Yeah, I like that play by Deakin. I think that they need to match the aggression of their opponents and look to continue to use that third shot drive.
Point.
Yeah, nice job by Deakin again, playing within himself. Recognized one ball from Pat Smith, sat up just a little bit, was able to start the fire against Dizon there.
You know, it's interesting. I talked to Meghan Dizon about her tennis career. She played tennis at BYU and asked her if she played pickleball like she played tennis in that same style. She said, well, actually, yeah, I was a very aggressive doubles player playing tennis. And she said, that's why I love pickleball so much, is I still get to have that same type of mentality, especially up at the kitchen line and also even from the baseline. She said she loved her two-handed backhand drive in tennis.
Yeah, those fast volley exchanges in tennis, if you're comfortable there, certainly an easier transition to play high-level pickleball, that's for sure.
She even has a little bit of a unique background. Actually grew up as a swimmer and then transitioned to tennis. And then later found pickleball after her tennis career. Now resides in Utah. Trains with several pros there. Steve Deakin found about 3 nice drops, but couldn't quite get himself into the transition zone.
Yeah, and we've had a few deflection volleys this match there from Pat Smith where they're fooled, but they just had some good fortune in keeping that ball to land in.
Second serve.
Excellent volley there by Deakin, finding the feet of Pat Smith, looking to do the shake and bake, but if you can get down on that volley, makes it very hard for your opponents. Yeah, great placement by Buckner. All those balls were right at the feet near that kitchen line of Dizon and create some indecision there.
Second serve.
Pat can't believe he walked away winning that rally based off the net trickle.
Yeah, I think he was pretty fooled by that last speed up, though, too, and got fortunate that that one didn't clear the net by Buckner.
Trying to get tricky, but Steve Deakin's forehand not letting him have it.
Yeah, he read that one really, really well. Nice job by Deakin there.
3-2-2. Try it out.
Yeah, a little long with the drive, but I like the look. They've been getting the majority of their points and sinking their teeth into these points, mostly off of Deakin's drive. So I think when he's balanced, he needs to continue to let it fly.
Wondering if another ball has found the Dura graveyard, aka the stands here on championship court.
2-3-1. Second serve.
Yeah, we mentioned the adjustment that they needed to make was better depth on the return. Excellent depth there, and created the error.
Smith is currently one with the net at this point. I know that ball just went long, but I feel like he's seeing as many net chords as anyone in this matchup. Bye-bye ball, says Pat Smith.
Yeah, it had power and angle, and that one is never coming back.
Buckner's going to try and find it, but I'm more impressed with that defensive play. Oh. And that ball actually nearly bounced back on the other side based off the amount of spin.
Yeah,
that was close.
He needed to hit that, that's for sure.
He had to do that quickly.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like Deakin was just still moving a little bit as his opponents were hitting. You always want to look to use that split step just a fraction of a second right before they're about to make contact to enable you to be balanced and move laterally.
Confirming the score now.
2-3-1. Point.
Just look at the amount of shape on that forehand. There was no getting that ball back.
Yeah, and one of the other things that's actually hurting Deakin here is where he's standing on the return. He's all the way in the corner looking to play a backhand, but that's creating at least another full step of distance to travel, and he's been a step late several times in winding the stack.
So core position is even imperative in terms of where you are in your return, not necessarily just at the kitchen line or transition zone.
Especially when you're going to run diagonal in that stack formation.
Well, he gets one away there as the ball is just long on serve.
3-3-1.
Wow, Steve Deakin finding the body of Pat Smith.
Yeah, Smith looking to be aggressive in those middle balls, but the initial attack was probably just from slightly too low of a position and eventually lost the point.
Point.
Tough to go up the line.
Yeah, it was the pressure of the dink and the location that I think made her want to reset and not go back across her body, but credit to Buckner for being just a little bit more aggressive with her dinking.
And Buckner again. Steve Deakin and Brooke Buckner facing off against Pat Smith and Hyundai. Second game action. Right now, the advantage is on the side of Deakin and Buckner, who dropped game 1. Cameron Irwin and Kyle McKenzie. And the trickler to Brooke Buckner, but interesting, you've got Hyundai on the left in that rally and Pat Smith on the right, and it looks as if they're going to stay as well, not having to, oh, maybe they're actually going to switch. They decided to change.
Yeah, I think they had some confusion on the last one, but got it back figured out.
Well, even then, she showed the fist, too. It looked like potentially stay and then switched.
And then she changed her mind. So, yeah, I don't know what they talked about on the timeout, but the last couple points, she kind of took an odd path coming forward. So they seem to still be deciding what the better play is as far as do they stack or do they play straight up temporarily.
Playing straight up here. Tough dink, well defended by Dizon as the lob now comes. And 2 people trying to hit one overhead, rarely works.
And what a point. It had a little bit of everything. Buckner and Deakin were on defense for the vast majority of that point, but eventually able to steal that one away. And just because the ball goes up in the air does not mean it's easy to put away at this level by any means. But we'll see if they go back to what was working for them in game 1.
Well, you're correct. They do switch.
Point.
And that's a drive where you're going to get beat with that, whether you play straight up or unwind the stack. So that's not one where you need to make an adjustment, in my opinion.
And game number 2 goes the opposite direction, and rather emphatically, 11-3. 2 completely different games at the Arizona Grand Slam, the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam.
Yeah, we mentioned just how many really high-level mixed doubles teams there are in the draw, and so many of these matchups can really go either way. It's just going to come down to execution.
So much of the story has been all about the third shot drive or just pace in general this morning, especially in these mixed combinations. We saw unwinding the stack become that much more difficult for both of these teams at different times.
Yeah, and you said it, Cameron. If teams are going to take that risk of running diagonally to get into formation, it really opens up the opportunity to start the point with a drive and go from there.
A nice return. Gets Pat Smith in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, we mentioned how important depth is going to be for Buckner and Deakin. They did a much better job of that in game 2. We'll see if they can keep that going here in game 3.
And Pat Smith just has to turn his head away. Cannot believe the bounce that took off the net.
Yeah, he had plenty of time, but it just stayed so shallow. He didn't really have anywhere to take that ball.
Nice cover there by Hyundai.
Yeah, bailing out her partner a little bit from time to time always helps the chemistry.
I won't make a joke of that one. I tried.
I can see you thinking about it.
I wanted to, but I held off.
Yeah, excellent depth on the volley there from Dizon. Just taking a little bit of that preparation time away from Deakin, was able to generate the error there.
Point.
And a missed return. So Smith and Dizon, the 14 seed, facing off versus the 19 seed. Again, this is first round action for both these teams.
Point.
Yeah, never want to see missed returns. That being said, I did mention they are going to need to take more risk on that return. So to some degree as a team, not ideal, but you have to say, you know, every now and then one may be in the budget because those short returns were really, really hurting them in game one. It's a fine line as the male player where you're expected to be aggressive and take a little bit more court, but if you just get a little overextended, the errors really start to creep into your game.
Reaching outstretches Pat Smith, former Division I collegiate tennis player.
1-3-1.
Was introduced to pickleball by Jade both now residing in Wichita, Kansas. Meghan floating one to the baseline.
Yeah, really measured that little slow roller perfectly. Well done by her.
Right out. Yeah. 3-1-1.
At this point, you've just got to become frustrated on the side of Dizon and Smith. The ball just bouncing, not their direction off the net.
Yeah, not so far. I mean, we've talked about long term, they usually even out, but in the heat of battle, it's really tough to not get a little frustrated.
Pat Smith with a magical save. Wow.
Yeah, it definitely had a little circus shot in there to extend the point, but the aggression of Buckner and Deakin still able to win out.
Point.
Nice drive off the paddle of Steve Deakin.
Yeah, and that's been working for them the entire match. I think he's going to continue to look to do that to give them their best chance here in game 3.
Point.
Yeah, it looks certainly a makeable ball, but much tougher when you feel your opponents closing into the kitchen line.
3-3-1.
They decide to play straight up on the other side, Dizon and Smith.
Yeah, interesting that when Deakin got that first pop-up, rather than traditionally going at the person in front of him, he stayed and kept the pressure on Dizon there and attacked back cross court, was able to win the point.
Second serve.
Pat Smith continuing to try and find the feet of Deakin.
4-3-2.
And there it is. It's going the opposite direction now. We'll see if you're right, Kyle. I think they've got a few more to go their direction.
Remember it's long-term math. Long-term math here.
Point.
And another ball to the side of Dizon and Smith.
Yeah, a couple examples there of you don't need to get the ball to bounce in the kitchen to be able to pressure your opponents. If you just get them hitting it from lower than the height of the net, it can really change their shot and force them to be a little less aggressive.
The winner of this match will have a doozy of a next match, because next in store is Anna Bright and Riley Newman, the number 3 seed here, who had a match point opportunity to go to the final back at the Desert Ridge Open. To Matt and Lucy. Matt and Lucy making a significant comeback and victory, heading to the final there.
Second serve.
We have yet to see one of those. Nice job, Meghan Dizon.
Yeah, really good job. She recognized that Steve Deakin was leaning a little bit towards the middle. Nice job of keeping him honest, going back behind him there with that speed up.
Right up. 4-4-1. Second serve.
Yeah, just a little bit more motion on the Pat Smith forehand than his backhand. And he's had just a couple times where he's just been a hint late on that side. Certainly there's a lot of people in that category, but that's been just a bit of a factor here in this match.
Side out.
Yeah, I think that's really the location. If you feel like you have an offensive shot, going to the Pat Smith forehand seems to be the location that they're getting a few more errors.
And a let serve off Brooke Buckner. See who can get off for first.
Second serve.
Yeah, and that slightly bigger motion really helps him when he has time for an offensive shot. A little tougher when his time is taken away.
That ball lands in bounds too. Dizon had success there earlier, just a few points ago, but the door has been closed.
Yeah, I think it's just an example of fool me once from Deakin. It was almost the same scenario, but this time he didn't lean as much middle, ready for that ball at his backhand.
Side out.
Deakin has done a nice job on those drops on that backhand side, slicing that ball down. I believe he's only missed about twice to this point from the baseline. Trying to go full tripod.
Yeah, he did a 360 in the middle of that, and darn near came up with a highlight reel there.
That is a beautiful return from Brooke Buckner. Barely skidding over the top of the net. Not much of a bounce on that. Sometimes taking pace off works in your favor when you're expecting the hard-driven ball. Game 3 action here in the second match on championship court. 6-4, Steve Deakin and Brooke Buckner on top. Ooh, that could have been a winner.
Yeah, he definitely had some space in the middle. He recognized it, just slightly overcooked that drive. I like the choice, though.
As I look at scores across the board right now in this mixed draw, one stands out, Maggie Brasha and Hayden Patriquin taking the win over Lena Padigamaite and Colin Johns in 3 games. Those were some wild game scores.
Second serve.
Yeah, and in my opinion, Cameron, I think we've got, Ben Johns, Annalie Waters, maybe the team of Riley Newman and Anna Bright, but then there's so many other teams that are right in that conversation where it just comes down to who's going to execute on a given day.
Well, and to your point, one of those potentially AJ Kohler and Jesse Irvin, who have picked up a first round and second round in total win, 11-6, 11-6. So they're moving on as well. They'll face off against Jansen and Rettenmaier.
Second serve.
Brooke Buckner can't believe that one didn't go.
Yeah, she had her feet set, and she saw that she had a sliver going back behind Pat Smith. Just wasn't able to convert there.
Point.
Yeah, unfortunately for Pat Smith there, he just decelerated. Looks like he wasn't really sure what type of shot to hit, and that's the thing with topspin. The more you trust it, the more control you actually have.
Well, it's hard too. I was watching so many matches out on the outer courts yesterday, and as the wind continued to increase, you're so right. That hesitation, you saw so many balls starting to fly out or adjusting the game, especially with your back with the wind. It's very challenging. You think that ball is just going to soar on you. Yeah,
one of the things I stress when I teach is not always making the perfect decision, but being decisive in your decision and kind of learning to operate with that mentality. Most people find their best games.
Buckner with a big high five after a solid shot.
Yeah, both these ladies are doing a great job. If they're given any space at all with a slight pop-up of being bold, going right at the guy and hitting some really nice locations.
And that's kind of the ball that you're taking out of the air that you have to kind of let slide off your paddle, right? It's a little bit challenging to bring that ball up the line. Maybe the next time you see it, you can dictate and tell us what are some of the challenges with that contact. As Brooke Buckner looks to poach with the one-hand backhand.
Yeah, there's a couple things that are challenging. Is one, we talked about dropping the head of the paddle to make sure that you clear the net. And then the next would be hitting a good location and finding a medium pace. Seems like when you hit that one too hard, it's easy for your opponents to just let it go out. And not to over-talk here, but the next challenge is often if you do hit it, it's going to come right back to you. And so switching from a forehand speed up to then playing a backhand on the very next ball can be problematic.
Pat Smith with a massive groan as he picked up a great defensive play.
Well, I think he recognized he had the whole court open cross court, but the ball just got in on him in a hurry, wasn't able to straighten that one out.
Right out.
You can see anytime one of these pros misses their third, the frustration is clear.
Yeah, this is crunch time here in the match, and all those thirds just get a little bit more important as we get to the end here.
Dizon taking over.
Yeah, you know, first time we've seen Buckner go for the lob there. Didn't love that occasion because she was still kind of on defense there, but we'll see if that one works next time.
Deakin stepping in right at the right time.
Yeah, and going back behind Pat Smith. Great recognition that he would often be looking for that forehand in the middle.
8-5-2.
And a bit of a late call on the wide call off Dizon's paddle.
Timeout receivers. 9-5.
Brings Deakin and Buckner to 9-5, just 2 points away from a match victory. Playing for a spot to face off against Anna Bright and Riley Newman next up. Meghan Dizon and Pat Smith versus Brooke Buckner and Steve Deakin. Game 3 action. If you're going to make a move, it's now for Dizon and Smith.
Yeah, very timely hold for them. Let's see if they can go on a run here and make things interesting. And interesting, I would say most of the returns in that location, Pat Smith's come over to play his forehand, but he left that one for Meghan Dizon to play her backhand, and that enabled him to get to the net a little sooner. We'll see if that's an adjustment they're looking to make here.
Well, and also it's important to note what number that Buckner and Deakin are at that 9 point, which means they're going to be unwinding the stack in this rotation.
Yeah, not a bad instinct. Dizon recognized that Deakin was still moving, so tried to speed up back behind him, but just she didn't have a lot of space to work with there.
7-9-2. Point.
Oh boy, make it another point on the side of Dizon and Smith, just one away.
Side out.
But still a good run.
Yeah, and earlier we saw Dizon play that drive with a two-handed backhand. Might be a little too far for Smith to come over on that particular occasion.
Dizon and Smith now need a hold. Dizon, a beautiful combination.
Yeah, I like the play of going right at Deakin and then anticipating where that counterattack is likely to come. Well played.
combination of Dizon and Smith, and they're grateful. They're definitely evening out the score in that regard.
Yeah, Buckner and Deakin looked to be in control of that point, but great reflexes and defense from Smith and Dizon.
What a ball from Steve Deakin and Pat Smith's recovery. Steve Deakin to the right shoulder of Dizon.
Yeah, you got it. Really great location there. Good job leaning in. But again, had he hit a different spot with that speed up, might have been a different story.
Point.
9-all. But how about that return location, forcing Buckner to stay even further on the baseline, having to work all the way across to unwind.
Right out.
She can't believe it. She's done it a few times now.
Yeah, trying to thread the needle again. There's not a lot of space to work with, but I certainly don't mind the attack attempt there from Dizon.
9-1.
And you knew right away as that came off the paddle of Dizon.
Well, so much top spin on that forehand cross-court roll from Buckner. Really did a good job of setting her partner up with the pop-up.
Match point. He takes the shot and it's long. So Buckner and Deakin, 11-9 in the third, pick up a first-round victory.
And they're smiling. They look like they're ready to have some fun and just give it their best shot here. And I really think, you know, if you just think about skills and what they're capable of, they should be able to push a very, very dominant team here in the #1 seed.
James serving 0-0-2.
And a lob from Annalie Waters. Now, this is a piece she's definitely added more to her game this season. We've seen it a few different times throughout the first three events.
Yeah, it can be a very high percentage shot when you're playing that right side and you're able to kind of slide that through the middle like she was able to do there.
Ignatowich and Kawamoto picked up a first-round win in 3 games versus Chuck Taylor and Irina Tereshchenko.
Point. 1-1-1. Point.
Really trying to find an angle there is Kawamoto.
Yeah, I've just seen a couple of unforced errors from Kawamoto and Ignatowich early here.
James, well known for his two-handed backhand, that time working with the one-hand punch.
Yeah, and it's not a good sign to start from Ignatowich and Kawamoto. I would say the one thing Ignatowich is really known for is his hand speed, but if Annalie is able to effectively attack him, I think they're really going to struggle winning a lot of these slower, extended kitchen points.
Well, and she's looking very quickly to attack up the line, whether that's on her forehand or clearly on her backhand side as she shifts to the sideline. I know she just missed that long, but shots are already being taken that way.
Yeah, it reflects the confidence that she has to start this. We'll see if that holds true here.
5-1-2.
The leave and land. Again, you never want to be on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, I think, you know, from Ignatowich's perspective, he thought maybe that was going to fly, but that Project Perseus with a little extra dip from Ben Johns there gets the job done.
62-2. That is the record all time for this mixed doubles combination of Annalie Waters and Ben Johns. That's a 96, make it 97% win percentage. Pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah, we talked about the level of dominance, and those are the stats to back it up. Pretty intimidating going up against this duo.
And again, there's the forehand speed up to the backhand side. Those two losses came just about a year ago. The first was against Catherine Parenteau and Riley Newman, and the second was just a backdraw match with J.W. Jansen and Simone Jargine.
Looks like Waters is just a little indecisive on how hard she wanted to hit that one. Error into the net by her there. I like the idea by Ignatowich to play that aggressive up-tempo style, but Ben John's doing a great job of getting back in that point and finishing it off with his hand speed.
Leigh Waters with a deadly two-handed backhand just finds the top of the net. So a third point for Kawamoto and Ignatowich. It's like watching the mirror image of the match we saw earlier. Jade and Jackie, righty and lefty, but same defensive prowess.
Yeah, and she missed the lob attempt there, but I like the attempt. I think that's going to be something that she can use in this match. I'd like to see her stick with that and keep going for it when it's there.
Got the switch, and Leigh Waters knows exactly what to do with it.
Yeah, so deceptive there. She kind of did a little look away and found that outside hip of Ignatowich.
And intriguing.
We talked about the Kawamotos adding some more offense into their game. There was an example of it. 2 times she certainly could have dinked, but she chose to speed up and balance aggressive dinking with speed ups, doing it well so far.
And just getting caught there off the drive of Leigh Waters.
8-3-2.
A nice recovery from James Ignatowich, but Ben Johns closes the door.
Yeah, and this is one of the areas where Ignatowich can separate himself from a lot of the other dominant male players. He's very comfortable playing both the right or left side and taking a lot of court with his two-handed backhand in the middle.
Side out. 3-9-1.
Yeah, nice job by Johns, not just making those volleys, but really doing something with them and getting good depth on both those responses.
Kawamoto delivering a line shot.
Yeah, anytime you can hit a winner up Ben Johns' line, you got to be feeling pretty good about that. See if they can continue to kind of build off that and close the gap here in game 1.
Quick angle for James Ignatowich. Very compact in that stroke.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing. They're not being too afraid of Ben Johns, going back behind him just often enough to get into some more of these points.
A well-managed slight punch and flick from James Ignatowich.
Yeah, they seem to be really coming to life here. This is good to see. We talked about them having the skill set on paper. It's nice to see it translating into some points here.
All smiles on the side of Ignatowich and Kawamoto as they found a few points now against the #1 seed of Ben Johns and Leigh Waters, the defending champs. 6-9. And a side out again for Ben and Leigh.
9-6-1.
Wow, and that was set up several points ago. Leigh taking shot after shot after shot up the line. This time she goes to the interior.
Yeah, and it's such a visually different look by her running around to play backhands on the forehand side. Just not very many people are ever going to show you that look effectively like Leigh can.
Leigh decides to take that aggressive step forward, but ends up, I think, touching that with her left hand.
Yeah, she was trying to get out of the way of it. A little unlucky for her that her non-dominant arm got in the way there.
Just bends his elbow, gets the paddle face down as well as the ball to close out game number 1. That man is ready to go. Ben Johns has pretty much maintained his posture out on the court through game 1 into game 2 on the changeover. Leigh Waters, she's running around all over the place. Why not? James Ignatowich sitting on the other side of the net alongside Jackie Kawamoto. Game 2 starts now.
Certainly never how you want to start a second game, but shake that one off. And it's important for these athletes to have a very short-term memory out here.
Side out. 0-1-1.
Yeah, I like the play by Kawamoto. Johns has added in that two-handed backhand counter when he's reaching, and sometimes going right at him is the best play if you can surprise him just a little bit.
Second server. 1-1-2.
I like that choice from James Ignatowich, the quick close.
Yeah, and that's what he can bring to the table. He's very explosive, very long frame, and he can plant himself in the middle and show off that elite hand speed.
He knows he had a good look.
Yeah, certainly was there for him, just put a little too much strength on that one.
1-2-1.
Yeah, good location from Johns there, just handcuffing Ignatowich a little bit, going at that forehand right hip.
And Leigh can't even believe it.
Yeah, she knew it right off the paddle. Didn't even wait to watch that one bounce. She just turned her head right away, a little disgusted with her shot selection there.
Big news for the 16-year-old. She recently re-signed with Paddle Tech.
Great news if you're a Paddle Tech fan. That's an important athlete to keep under your company there.
A new car and re-signed with Paddle Company. She should be feeling pretty good. Couple triple crowns to her name too. By a couple, I mean she's got more than double digits.
She's certainly accomplished a lot in her 16 years on this planet, that's for sure.
Turned pro when she was just 12 years old. The youngest to do so.
2-3-1. Second server.
Looks like James is starting to maybe work with a little bit more often a one-hand backhand.
Yeah,
kind of getting it into the mix.
Yeah, certainly certain situations where one hand is the preferred shot. In this match, I really would like to see him stick with his two-hand backhand roll. I think Ben Johns is so comfortable going slice to slice, but you start giving him top spin, I think it presents a different look that might make Johns a little uncomfortable.
Redirect there for Ben Johns. And a side out back for Ben and Anna Leigh. 3 apiece.
3-3-1.
Nearly finds the noggin of Anna Leigh.
Yeah, Waters is doing a great job of varying her attack locations, really keeping Ignatowich guessing out there. Yeah, when Johns reaches back, I don't know if there's anybody who hits the ball harder, but it was all set up by the excellent lob by Waters to push them off the line, and they maintained control to finish the point.
Yeah, she took that lob out of the air, too. Very deceptive.
5-3-2.
Oh, my. That could have been dangerous.
Yeah, fortunately we avoided the collision, but my goodness, what does it take against this team? You defended the around the post, but still Johns was able to get back and put the next one away.
Jackie getting backed off the kitchen line.
Yeah, and it's just the pressure that Johns is putting on by being in the middle of the court, trying to go back behind him. It's not a big target to be able to make those dinks unattackable.
Same pattern has resumed. They've gotten themselves in some pretty good positions, like you mentioned, with the backhand roll, but it's coming instead off of Kawamoto's paddle as she's on the left side. Right there.
If you can hit that short corner, it really will open up a lot for you. Obviously easier said than done, though.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Point.
4-7.
4-7-1.
Ignatowich gets it back yet again.
What a pickup.
What a rally. Point of the tournament without a doubt.
Oh, it had a little bit of everything, and it ends up with Ben Johns actually playing the right side and Anna Leigh on the left, which you don't see very often, but they're clearly capable of doing it all out there, Cameron.
Crossing like ships in the night, Ben and Anna Leigh on opposite sides.
Side out.
7-4.
7-4-1.
Ignatowich smiling at that one. I think everybody in the stadium kind of felt like Anna Leigh was going to speed that ball up.
Here's a look out on the grandstand. Third game action happening there. Whoa. That's a backhand, Annalie Waters.
Yeah, amazing body control. She was actually out of position, but she planted her feet, did a nice job of turning on that two-hander.
6-5 on the grandstand. Change of end. Travis Rettenmaier, Leigh Jansen down by 1 to AJ Kohler and Jesse Irvin.
4-8-1.
We'll check back in when they come back out.
Point.
Yeah, some great dip on the last drive by Ignatowich, really changing the volley from Waters there.
Point. 6-8-1. Second server.
Second.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
nice speed up cross court by Annalie Waters. I haven't seen her do that too much, but really handcuffed Kawamoto there.
I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
Well, it's tough. It's tough, you know, because if you don't go at Johns often enough, he really just gets so comfortable staying in control. But if he does see it coming, you can look pretty silly testing him at the wrong times.
Ben Johns looking to Annalie, wondering if that ball was inbounds or out of bounds. Play continues. Jeez, Ben Johns just unleashes on that ball.
It was an absolute rocket. It crossed Kawamoto about at her waist, and I'm still thinking that probably was going to land out.
Ben Johns also checking the face of that Perseus paddle after that point. I think that one left a mark. I like that ball from James Ignatowich. Kind of that, we'll call it 70% ball to Annalie Waters catching her.
Yeah, I felt like the entire point, both players did a really good job of moving the ball around and really making Waters and Johns earn it.
Side out.
Unfavorable bounce off the net for Ben Johns.
Well, they're in striking distance here with the ball back at 6-9-1. Let's see if they can make a push here.
6-7 on the grandstand. Jansen and Rettenmaier down by 1.
Second server.
Rettenmaier with a nice flick to get the 7.
Very much in control, great location, and yeah, we've got a battle here.
Woo-hoo, this is fun. 2 courts head-to-head right now. Sliding that off her paddles, Annalie Waters.
Yeah, good choice going right back to where the pop-up was created. Ignatowich sliding back to the middle. Nice choice going back behind him.
Ignatowich puts one away.
Second server.
Jansen and Rettenmaier find an 8th. A lead change, and it looks as if at different times Jesse Irvin, AJ Kohler ended up on the opposite side. That time Jesse back on the right as they unwind the stack here.
Side out.
And a timeout called on the grandstand.
6-9-1.
Says thank you very much.
Second serve.
Yeah, I don't mind the play from Ignatowich testing Annalie. He's going to have to do that from time to time, but that one just sat up just a little bit to the Annalie forehand, and she was all over it. Yeah, I think Ignatowich does have to keep being offensive there like he was trying to do. Just unfortunately for him, unable to clear the net on that speed-up attempt.
Just put your paddle in front of the ball, James Ignatowich.
Well, Johns did straighten it out, but that's the risk when you go that far over. You do leave some court back behind you.
Another side out at 6-9. Kawamoto and Ignatowich with a solid hold.
So they've kept him at 9 a couple of times here. This is really their opportunity to see if they can close the gap.
Having some conversation as a missed return comes off the paddle of Ben Johns. Make it 7-9.
7-9-1.
8-9 now.
And a beautiful drop there by Kawamoto. Just what the doctor ordered right here. See if they can push them in game 2 and maybe take this game off of them.
Scores 8-9. First serve. 8-9-1.
Yeah, Trav is the call from Leigh Jansen.
Yeah, and he was just giving Irvin a steady diet of topspin balls to her feet until he eventually got the pop-up to put it away.
9-9 now on championship court.
Such a brave speed up by Leigh Waters to be able to go cross court and find that outside hip of Kawamoto. Really, really well placed there.
Second serve now as the score is tied on championship court. Meanwhile, the grandstand still down by 2. Make it 1, excuse me.
And we've got a game point here at 10-9-2 with Ignatowich to serve.
Kawamoto from a decent space off the kitchen line.
Yeah, and the height of the bounce just really didn't sit up enough to be aggressive there. She probably wishes she had that one back.
Leigh with perfect placement. 10-10.
You know, it's amazing. She does not care what the score is. She's going to be herself out there, and she is an aggressive player. Love to see the confident version of herself. This is great.
And it lands for Ignatowich. He held his breath.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he intended it to go that way, but put your paddle on it and good things happen.
Second serve now. Oh, she had a good look. It's also matching scores out on the grandstand at 10 apiece there. Now 11-10 for Ben Johns and Leigh Waters. Another crossing pattern, but Ignatowich, I like it, fearless with the put away.
And if there's anyone in the sport that has maybe even a more lively arm than Ben Johns, it would be the man on the other side of the net. This is coming off his paddle huge anytime he gets a high ball.
So first serve fended off. Second serve now still down by 1. Kohler and Irvin still down by 1 as well on the grandstand. Same thing, he pokes it back cross court. He's found some success that direction. French fries on the board. It's 11-all on championship court. Here's a look back to grandstand.
11-11-2.
Looks like they fought off a match point there.
And they get the ball back on the grandstand. Down by 1.
Great job by her to recognize it was going to open up, wait long enough, and we're being treated to some amazing pickleball. Got my head on a swivel, bouncing back and forth here, Cameron.
11-11 and 11-11. Ball called out of bounds on championship court.
It was after the bounce. Point.
Make it 12-11 on championship court. Ben Johns, Annalie Waters with a match point. Championship court. The match goes to the #1 seed.
And a great job from Ignatowich and Kawamoto to push them, but the experience and the adjustments was really impressive to me. Annalie Waters started speeding up cross court much more often as that game got tighter, and did it just often enough to be able to get through and win this 1 and 2.
A few short weeks ago in the desert. Heads up, Riley. Dylan's got a little smirk. Not aiming for the head, but, you know, if it goes there.
Whatever gets the point done. No, he knows he got away with one. His backhand was going to be going quite a bit out, but Riley bailed him out a little bit by touching that one.
Second serve. 0-0-2.
Lauren Stratman lets that go, the new resident of Austin, Texas. Her and Julian Arnold making the move from Tennessee that direction. Lots of pros to train with out there.
Yeah, certainly a hotbed for pickleball pros. And no shortage of high-level play for them, I'm sure.
Well defended by Lauren Stratman as she just lays that up into the corner.
Yeah, it was a good read by Riley Newman, but Frazier's dink just stayed so close to the net that he had to kind of lift that and paid the price for it from Stratman.
One-one-two. Point.
Reaching, he knew he had plenty of room, but too much on it.
Yeah, normally very secure on his volleys. Kind of an uncharacteristic error there by Frazier.
Point.
Yeah, just left that backhand flick up a little bit. And Anna Bright, known to be one of the most aggressive female pros that we have, certainly make him pay the price for that error.
Lauren Stratman, Dylan Frazier do have some experience playing alongside one another, but it goes all the way back to 2021. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I'm sure they're, going to be working the bugs out as far as their chemistry a little bit today, but they've already played a few matches now, so they should be ready to go here.
Lauren Stratman backs up and unloads.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see players take a step back prior to hitting their counter, just to give them a little bit of time to slide to the side for that two-handed backhand there. Nice job by Stratman.
Second serve.
A lot of spin on that, hard to get a paddle on. It's Riley Newman rocking the sweats. Everyone's trying to stay warm underneath the shade here on Championship Court. Pancake.
Yeah, his signature shot right on cue. Interesting that we're seeing Stratman several times in a row take her drive directly at Riley Newman. We'll see if that's going to be effective for her.
Frazier just pulling at his shirt there, frustrated as a foot fault was called. Not on that, but right there.
Yeah, it was tough to tell if he got reestablished. Didn't look like he did, and called for the fault there.
Second serve.
Lauren Stratman showing some range on some of those counters. She had gone up the line a few times. That time finds a nice middle angle.
5-2-2. Point.
Tries to drop as low as possible.
Yeah, really, you know, having played Newman a handful of times, really the pressure that he presents disconnecting and the amount that he can reach and cover really makes you aim for smaller targets on what would normally seem routine.
Ducking under the way of that one is Dylan Frazier. The ball has definitely entered the Dura graveyard yet again. Finding another is Lauren Stratman. Anna Wright will receive.
2-6-1.
California Golden Bear.
Second serve.
It'll be interesting to see how that battle within the battle plays out. Anna Wright known for being similar to Anna Leigh Waters, very good at speeding up balls off the bounce, but Dylan Frazier is known to be one of the best counter punchers out there. What a get by Stratman.
Lauren Stratman, seriously, that's wild. And Riley Newman puts a fist to the air. He's thrilled off that one.
Yeah, certainly not a bad speed-up attempt by Stratman, but tougher to get Newman reaching. He's so comfortable sliding to the side and using that two-handed backhand.
Second serve. Six, 2-2.
Ball out of bounds. I think one of the big questions is, will Anna Wright and Riley Newman make an appearance in the final, as they had a match point against Lucy and Matt at Desert Ridge in the semis and couldn't pull it out. Riley Newman. Anna Wright trying to take a shot, but nice lateral movement from Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. In order to counterpunch, it really starts from the ground up. He did a good job of getting his feet in position, which made him that much stronger on the backhand counter.
A big swing, but she had the room for it.
Yeah, it was the time for it, and you need to add a certain amount of power on these shots to get through that wall on the other side. So don't blame the attempt, just didn't quite straighten that one out. Great dig.
Great movement and combination between Dylan Frazier and Lauren Stratman. It seems like they move really well together to this point.
Yeah, Stratman had the Ernie, and then they stayed in the point, had a little matrix move to get out of the way of the last one. Really like how she's playing to start this match. The get.
I can't overrule. What's the call? You're challenging the no call. All right. After video review, the ball was in, the call stands, the challenge was lost, and the timeout is lost. The team of Stratman Frazier is charged 1 timeout. We will proceed with side out at 7-3-1, 1 timeout, 2 timeouts.
And to your point, I actually just asked Don, sitting right behind us here, our video official, and he said with the no call, it is presumed in at that point.
Right.
So you are correct.
Yeah, good to get some clarification if that comes up again. Yeah, great. I mean, great job by Stratman to fend off the initial attacks from Newman, but still just not good enough to get them the point.
You know, it's interesting. At times I've heard conversation about Riley Newman's kind of drop style in terms of drops and resets, saying he gives himself a bit more space to a more margin for error, a little bit more loft on those because he trusts his defense so much. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just trusting his defense, but even when he has a ball, when he's on defense that he defends with a little more height and shape, he still comfortably moves forward better than most because he's trusting his counter-punching ability as well. So it's a combination of both.
Bright with the forehand.
Yeah, not a bad attempt by Stratman there to go at that dominant shoulder of Wright, but seemed to be all over it. Might do better off going more into the body the next time she's in that situation.
And game number 1 quickly turns the direction of the number 3 seed, Bright and Newman, 11-3. She picked up game 1 alongside Riley Newman, 11-3 over Stratman and Frazier. We talked about Dylan trying to get a little more aggressive. Where might be some of the locations he looks to become more aggressive?
Yeah, I think it starts with taking more chances on the dink, where he's going to have to dink with a little more aggression to be able to dictate. But then once he has a ball that he feels like he can speed up, I would say he's going to be best served going to the, oh my goodness.
Dylan Frazier is everywhere right now. And that ball's out of bounds. Give it to him, he earned it.
Amazing point, wow. But we're talking on earlier, I would say, going to the left side, kind of the left hip of Riley Newman, and right into the body of Anna Brighter could probably be his best 2 locations when he can speed a ball up.
Didn't have a shot there to be able to do it. All the pressure applied to Lauren Stratman.
1-0-2. Side out.
Yeah, another nice leave by Stratman. She's shown some good court awareness and leaving some of these balls that a lot of us would get too tempted to play.
Solid forehand drive from Stratman.
What I'd like to see, what I saw there is closing in after the drive, especially from Frazier. I think that if they try the shake and bake, I think they might be able to steal a few points away, which it's tough to score points on this team just having to earn it with that many dinks.
1-1-2.
You'll take those when you can get them.
Yeah, it's trying to reset that and just bring the point back to neutral, but a lot of topspin on that dink by Riley Newman.
And I believe Dylan Frazier not happy with that ball. I believe there's a crack in it, so they are switching that out.
He knew something felt a little funky probably on the last one.
Took an odd bounce.
1-1-1.
Yeah, Frazier again in good position there, just a little bit off with some of his kill shots so far.
2-1-1. Point.
Anna Wright getting really aggressive.
Well, and Newman gets so much credit for his defense, but so far this match, Anna Wright has done a great job of digging out those balls and making it very tough for her opponents to actually score points on them.
A nice lob location from Anna Wright. I'm not sure what that maneuver is, Riley.
He's known for being very animated with trying to will the ball over the net. He's unable to get it done that time.
Went full helicopter. I don't know. I got to think of some terms for that one, Riley.
4-1-2.
4-1-2. It must be nice to feel so comfortable picking up a ball with a left-handed forehand for Riley Newman, because it allows him to creep so far to the right. He goes, I'll chase that dink all day long.
1 timeout, 2 timeouts.
Back out of the timeout now, Anna Wright and Riley Newman in quarterfinal action, looking for a spot into the semifinal here for mixed pro doubles. Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam.
Point.
Yeah, just that pressure of Riley Newman being able to fully disconnect and clog the middle of the court really can make life difficult if you're Stratman and Frazier. And they've all got it all working at the moment. It's tough right now for Stratman and Frazier to really sink their teeth and find some rhythm in this match.
Side out.
Accountability on full display. Riley Newman holding himself to a high mark.
Second serve.
That's the other adjustment that I like that they did, and I think they should do more of that, is trying for that shake and bake. Stratman has a great low drive, and Frazier is very capable of poaching up at the net.
Riley Newman flying in.
Speaking of someone who's capable of poaching, right on cue, Mr. Newman.
That was a pogo poach. He did that with 1 foot. Look at this.
7-1-1. Point.
At this point,
8-1-1.
can't stop the bleeding for Riley Newman and Anna Wright. They are just inflicting their will. Lefty save.
Second
And I
serve.
think that had some funky spin on it.
Yeah, I think Bright was a little excited there, and that ball may have changed direction on her before that final speed up.
8-1-2.
That's it on a dime with the left hand.
Point.
I can't do that well with my right hand.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone in that.
9-1-2. Point.
Change of pace off the serve from Anna Wright. Another error added. It is now match point for Anna Wright and Riley Newman.
10-1-2. Side out.
Quick reflexes, out of bounds.
Yeah, nice speed up there by Stratman. It's always tough going right at Riley Newman, but it looked like his feet were still moving just a little bit and was able to generate the error.
Point.
We have yet to see that, but that's one of Anna Wright's favorite and best shots.
2-10-1.
Getting pushed wide, finding the middle.
Point.
Well, despite the scoreline, Stratman's really had some great digs in this match. Showed another one there, and they're gradually chipping away here. They've just built themselves, unfortunately, a tough deficit.
Second serve.
And almost every single time Stratman's played that drive right at Newman, he's only been able to kind of block it right back to her. I'd love to see Frazier take a more aggressive angle and take away that play from Newman.
Point.
Kind of force him to try to do more with that
else.
and go back behind cross court. He hasn't seemed like he's wanted to do that yet. Just don't think Frazier's quite picked up on that in this match so far.
Point. 5-10-2.
And he says, no, 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 not that time.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same way. She'd won the last two, but traditionally the right hip of Riley Newman is normally a no-go area, and I just think she went to it one too many times there.
No fly zone. Anna Wright with a big finish, 11-3, 11-5. They're moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, they really had it all working, and just a glimpse of what this team is capable of when they're playing well. Look for them to have a real shot to play on Championship Sunday if they keep playing at this level.
Well, they have one more match to go before they can get there, as they have booked their ticket to a semifinal. Several quarterfinals still to go on this mixed doubles day. We'll be back with more after this.
Yeah, I remembered last match she did a good job of not retreating too much off that line and staying right on the kitchen line with those forehand dinks. She'll need to do more of the same.
Here we go, a spot in the semifinals. Up for grabs. Annalie Waters just misses that third. You can already hear the silence in the stadium. Everyone knows this is all business.
Side out, second serve.
Yeah, I like the aggressive play. It's always tough, though, when your partner's looking to disconnect and do that shake and bake. If you drive cross court, the natural volley is back behind them up the line. So if they're going to do that shake and bake, I'd like to see them go a little more middle and take away some angle.
She had a good look, and that's very, very reminiscent of what we saw. Long, extended, dinking rallies between these two teams. Not necessarily the short play that we've seen in regards to most of the day so far.
Yeah, and for the viewers at home that are wondering why that is, it's the respect that everyone has on the court for the reflexes and the hand speed. So they're really trying to work the points a little longer to really make sure that that opening is there.
Oh, 1-0. 1-0-2. Point.
2 missed returns now.
2-0-2. Side out.
Yeah, might have just been a little bit too high for Annalie to look to poach off that last one, and JW made her pay the price there.
And a point for the number 8 seed, J-Dub and Jorja.
Yeah, we saw in the last match Annalie Waters having some success speeding up cross court against Kawamoto, but going to be maybe a little tougher to do that against Jansen. I think she has a little more power in her counterpunching ability.
1-2-2.
And a missed dink there. Many have talked about the growth of Jorja Jansen in her game. Probably one of the most improved in 2022 alone.
2-2-2.
Yeah, she came right out and always had a lot of power, but she's done a really good job of improving her hand speed and all the touch shots that you really need to be able to work these slower points.
3-2-2.
The lead change now, 3-2.
Side out.
I think a good idea there from Jansen, just unable to convert on that backhand speed up.
Point.
Not quite able to grab that one. 3-all.
It's tough when the best are always getting better and adding new shots. I think we've seen Annalie Waters try 3 or 4 lob attempts today, and she's made all of them.
Ben Johns with a few shots to get it done. So I have a question for you. With the wrist position of J-Dub, out of curiosity, because he cuffs that ball when he's dinking a little bit more often, we all know he's got the flick on the backhand side to create. How does he create offense on the forehand side?
Second serve.
Yeah, so I think you do need to change your paddle position. When he kind of cuffs it, that's usually when a ball's starting to get behind him a little bit.
Yeah.
And he'll use that paddle position in order to bring the point back to neutral. But when he has the ball in front of him, it's going to be similar technique of really dropping that head and being able to generate a lot of paddle head speed from the shoulder and wrist.
Okay,
I'll
gotcha.
recall the score. Broken ball.
You'll notice that Johns will do a similar motion, again, on the forehand side. When that ball starts to get behind him, he'll kind of cock his wrist or cuff it in a different sort of way to be able to bring that back and straighten the ball out.
This is broken one.
That ball is demolished. No surprise there between these two teams. Waters and Johns still with a 1-point advantage. 4-3. 5-3, excuse me. Get that updated on our scoreboard.
Side out.
Right on the body of Ben Johns.
3-5-1. Second serve.
Yeah, Jorja missed that drive, but I like the drive attempt. I think with her brother's hand speed, the shake and bake play is not a bad idea, and she was balanced.
Side out.
Some friendly fire there for Jorja Jansen.
Yeah, I think she thought her brother was going to cut off the angle on that one. Was a little surprised to have to play that next ball.
Point.
Yeah, Jorja just floated that flick just a little bit too much, and Annalie made her pay the price for it.
There's Jorja Jansen, a nice shot, speed up the line.
6-3-2.
And the adjustment, that was the same type of counter and punch back from J-Dub that he had just missed.
Yeah, you see the elite hand speed, and that's why they can push Ben Johns and Annalie Waters, is because they really can play them pretty even in that department, in my opinion.
Second serve.
And I'm going to seem crazy here, but I really think that Jorja Jansen should do a little bit more of dinking or speeding up back behind Ben Johns. I really think he's so good at being an off-the-ball player. She's done it a little, but I really think for them to win this match, she's going to have to up her percentage of dinking back behind him, especially when he's clogging the middle.
Good news is the only person that call you crazy and have you hear it is me, and I won't do that now.
We'll save that for later.
And she changes locations to the right side of Ben Johns. Nice shot.
6-3-2. Side out. 3-6-1.
Saw the pancake come out for Jade, but these firefights are what we love about pickleball. So fun to watch all 4 of these pro athletes go head-to-head.
Yeah, the firefights have been pretty even so far. Ben and Anna Leigh able to get the better of them on that one.
And to your point, Jorja put them in a very solid position. Wow.
She really did. She was very bold. That's what she's going to have to do. They were in a good position to win that. A little unlucky that they weren't able to finally get that point there.
Nice block from Jorja Jansen as Anna Leigh tries to add some more pressure, and there's one for her.
And again, we saw the formation get changed up a little bit with Anna Leigh on the left side, and
they're wildly comfortable doing that.
I think I've only seen them do it a couple of times, and they've won both points. So what can't they do out here?
Anna Leigh just wants to play on the left because she wants to show off her new one-handed backhand. That's all I'm saying. 7-3, Waters and Johns on top over Jorja Jansen and Jade at the top of their craft
7-3-1
at such a young age.
Point.
Yeah, nice location on that drive from Waters, knowing there's just a little bit of indecision from Jansen, wondering if that's his ball or his sister's.
8-3-2. Point.
Missed return for Jorja Jansen. Again, both trying to unwind the stack. The pressure is on from the serve of Ben Johns.
Side out.
Changing the tempo and a side out.
Yeah, the score hasn't really reflected it too much, but I really like what I'm seeing out of Jorja Jansen and how she's balancing, keeping Ben Johns honest with dinking behind him, as well as varying her speed up locations.
And that ball is put away by Ben Johns. Second serve now.
3-9-2. Side out.
Nice volley from Anna Leigh Waters.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the shake and bake, and I think it's a good idea, but when the drive goes just a little higher, it gives the opportunity for that volley to come at a downward trajectory.
The hands of Jade Dubs, how he outstretches and just finds that with his wrist.
Well, and the forearm strength that he must have, in addition to the hand speed. Most people just don't have enough strength when they stab at the ball like that without taking a step. He's kind of the exception.
Point.
Not a lot of dead dinks from Anna Leigh Waters, and that continued pressure is going to create errors from just about anybody.
And there is another ball that actually that hits and goes on the other side of the net. So it falls on the side of Ben and Anna Leigh. It's a side out. It's for Johnson and Johnson.
3-10-1. Point.
Jorja's starting to feel it.
Yeah, again, having success going at Ben Johns at the right times. She's going to need to continue to do that if they want a chance in this match.
Four 10-2.
There is a nice flick from Ben Johns.
Yeah, he doesn't need a lot of daylight to work with to find some options. Great job leaning in and taking control of the point.
Game number one to Waters and Johns, 11-4 in quarterfinal action. This is a Carvana Arizona Grand Slam. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Let's see what the adjustments are for Jansen and Jansen.
Point.
Yeah, and that's JW Johnson's signature shot. Can really generate a lot of power and spin with a short flicking motion on that backhand side.
Side out.
The challenge that Jorja Jansen has of trying to keep it away from Ben while also keeping him honest. When she does go cross court, she really has to get it out wide enough to keep it outside the forehand of Ben Johns.
What a beautiful ATP from JW Jansen. I love it. He gives a nice little blow to his hand saying, yeah, we need to cool that thing off.
Little heat check. He did not have a lot of space to work with.
No.
Really thread the needle nicely there.
She had the right look. The challenge, even I was just working on that yesterday on the court, the challenge of trying to speed up on that forehand side and the margin for error to find the backhand is just so difficult, especially with somebody like Ben Johns.
Yeah, and when the ball is a little lower than the height of the net, it's finding that perfect speed. You hit it a little too fast, and then it floats on you, hit it too slow, and then they're able to get back over there and counterpunch effectively.
It's a nice shot from Ben Johns in terms of location on Jorja Jansen, kind of finding that left shoulder hard to defend above the top of her head.
Yeah, right now Johns is being very aggressive with his footwork, really looking to control the middle of the court at the moment.
Jorja curls that one over.
Yeah, and she has that ability to go toe-to-toe with Johns and win a fair chunk of these hand exchanges. Not easy to do.
Point.
2-all now.
2-2-1.
Jorja getting some help and love from the net.
Yeah, we mentioned, though, that, you know, Waters in her last match was speeding up cross court. It really comes down to the person in front of you. How capable are they as a counterpuncher? Jorja Jansen, I think, has enough power where Waters may have to second guess that particular location.
It was interesting, too, watching the last match for Ben and Anna-Leigh. At times, it felt like one of the ways you could maybe neutralize Anna-Leigh Waters was the dink at her feet. It didn't allow her to be as dynamic as she typically can be.
Yeah, and with using the two hands on the backhand, what you do give up is reach forward, right? So you can dink aggressively at the feet. It's a slightly bigger target than other people.
Well, and there's kind of one of those examples. She's got to step around the ball there, and she has that aggressive forehand roll, but maybe not exactly the amount of speed up that she might have with a one hand.
Exactly, and if you're forcing her to create while she's moving, the percentages go down.
Point.
Anna-Leigh Waters saying, oh my goodness, as another point marks itself on the board. So 5-2 here in game two. Jansen and Jansen on top. This is nearly identical to what we saw at Desert Ridge between these two teams. It was all Ben and Anna-Leigh in game number one. Game number two, well, it was pushed further. 13-11 was that second game score. Right now, Jansen and Jansen are looking to find a third. Ooh, that was a little bit of a risky step in there for J-Dub. He even throws his hand up saying, that was awfully close to the kitchen line for a volley.
Yeah, and I like the move from Waters there, but I think she just needs to have the discipline to maybe lay off that one when she jumps the kitchen if it's not there.
And Jorja changes her MO. She goes with a cross-court speed up, but I don't think she found the location she was looking for.
Well, we talked about Waters maybe needing to avoid speeding up cross to Jansen. Might be a little bit of the same. They both have the reflexes and power to make that a tough play.
Second serve.
Ooh, Jorja snuck one by.
She may have got away with one, but fortune favors the bold, Cameron, and they're going to need to take chances to win this match.
That's pretty bold.
Very bold, very bold. I'd really like to see the Johnsons, if the return comes to Jorja, to look to use some shake and bake here off the Johnson drive, or the Jorja Johnson drive, I should say.
Again, J-Dub just so dangerous on that backhand side.
Yeah, his reflexes are really on another level, and he's putting it on display out here today.
Second serve.
You know, so often we've had the discussion about the backhand and the ability to not only counterpunch with just the wrist, but the amount of balance and control it requires for the rest of your body. It's not just wrist strength that's needed there, it's actually full body control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, normally if you don't take a step with your lower body as you get reaching, you start to get much weaker and tend to pop the ball up. So it really starts from the ground up, and if you're balanced, good things happen.
J-Dub takes an early shot at Ben Johns in the last rally, 3-7 now.
Second serve.
You can see Annalie trying to take the pace off there, just letting the paddle a little too loose in her hands.
Yeah, just love what I'm seeing from Jorja Johnson. She's really committed when she gets something to work with of going for her shots, and it's working so far here in game 2.
Committed aggression. She finds the body bag on Ben Johns.
And I think that's one of the underrated speed ups at Johns. If you go right into the body, a lot of times he will just block. And with him wondering, is he going to use two hands or one hand, sometimes there's a little element of indecision going right at him.
I don't think that's a call I've ever made.
Right at the body of
No,
Johns.
more so that Ben Johns got body bag.
No, it's rare to see him that fooled, for sure.
That never happens.
7-3-2.
It's a testament to his skill, obviously.
Of course.
Side out.
Trying to lift that, changing the pace.
Yeah, smart shot by Johns there. Knows that all that really Johnson can do is just reset that and can't really get out of jail until he lets his foot off the gas.
That ball right on the baseline. You could see how much action Jorja Johnson was trying to get on that ball with the location and kind of fluidity of her paddle and wrist. And another point, make it 5-7. It was 2-7 when they got the ball back.
Yeah, I'd like to see a timeout from the Johnsons here, just for the purpose of changing the momentum and making Johns and Waters think about it a little bit more.
Interesting, too, to watch Johns go with the third shot drop, even while they unwind the stack, wanting to get up to that kitchen line.
Side out.
There's the drive.
Well, the Johnsons will certainly take that. Still a 2-point lead for them with the ball back here.
Caught him on the move.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We talked about the correlation between your lower body being balanced and the quality of your counterpunch. Tough to do when your feet are moving.
7-5-2. Point.
There's a beautiful shot off the paddle of Jorja Johnson. They find the 8th.
8-5-2. Side out.
Ben Johns wants the ball back, and he gets it.
Yeah, J.W. Johnson had a short return. He thought maybe he would test Johns there, but he was up to the task with his counterpunching on that occasion.
hard when you're speeding up cross court. It feels, am I wrong, if you want to be able to have success there, it's got to get to the forehand side of Anna Leigh?
I don't know if it necessarily has to get all the way to the forehand side, but it does have to be more in that belly button and body location to just create her not be able to get the extension with her hands.
Point.
A belly bitten.
Belly bitten.
I wonder where that is. 7-8 now.
7-8-1.
There's a nice stroke from Jorja Jansen.
Yeah, let that ball drop just a little bit more in order to find that forehand up the line. Nice choice.
7-8-2.
Still with a shot to tie. Jorja instead goes speed up the line. It is now 8-all.
Yeah, obviously tough going at the Ben John's forehand, but then again, she was there for the recounter, just unable to win that fast exchange.
Oh, ouch. Friendly fire off the bounce. I think that's a steak dinner, Ben John's.
Yeah, obviously a little confusion there. You don't see that happen very often.
Great placement and location for JW Jansen. Great point construction.
Yeah, once he can sink his teeth into one of those backhand flicks, it really sets him up to use his fast hands and dictate from there.
Yeah, just going head to head with Anna Leigh Waters in that last dink rally.
Second serve.
And a good lead from Ben Johns. A heads up play. Second serve now.
9-8-2.
And another point. Make it 10-8. And an immediate timeout called by Waters and Johns. Well, and that's the next question, the strength. So where might this third shot go for Jansen and Jansen? Where do they play this?
Yeah, I think it depends on where the return comes to. I would say if it's JW Jansen, I'd like for him to just play percentages, try to gradually get in the kitchen line. But if Jorja gets it, I'd love to see her fire away and do a little shake and bake.
Well, there's the drop from J-Dub, and we are going to game 3. You gotta love it.
We said that this had the chance of being an epic match based on the last one where they lost in 2 tight games. We're at least going to 3, and anything can happen, Cameron.
Here's a look at that final point. J-Dub really willing that ball over. A hop, skip, and a jump gets him game number 2. Come play where the pros play here on the Carvana PPA Tour. Game 3 action in the quarterfinals here for mixed pro doubles now underway. Whoa, Anna Leigh Waters. That's not even flying in. That was wickedly quick. I know she missed, but she's moving.
Yeah, it was a great read. I like the play by them, just unable to convert on that particular occasion.
Second serve.
We started game number 1 with some really extended dink rallies. Game 2, not so much the case. A little bit shorter in points.
Side out.
Anna Leigh, it's almost as if you don't want to poke the bear, and I mean that in the kindest way possible. And you got 2 bears on the side of Anna Leigh and Ben Johns.
Yeah, I don't think people talk enough just about the competitive spirit that Anna Leigh Waters has in addition to all that talent, and she does not like to lose.
Second serve.
JW Jansen doing a nice job getting that ball down. If you're just joining us, game 3 action in quarterfinals. The defending champs, Anna Leigh Waters and Ben Johns, drop game 2.
Point.
J-Dub wanting to call that ball out of bounds, but Jorja's paddle was already there.
Yeah, tough to make that decision in a fraction of a second off the tape there.
0-2.
And J-Dub wanted another ball. He said, good job, sis. Look at that expression on Jorja's face.
Yeah, she's taking a deep breath saying, oh, thank goodness it wasn't 2 in a row.
Second serve.
That is a big swing on a big swing, but perfectly timed from Annalie Waters.
Yeah, I actually like the play of the shake and bake, but if Annalie Waters can turn on that two-hander, it's obviously not going to work out too well.
Jorja Jansen finding the backside.
Yeah, and her two-handed backhand, the power, the ability to turn on that and go line is really giving Ben Johnson fits right now.
And also the ability to keep that in bounds. So easy to overturn that ball. Oh man, Jorja Jansen displayed some pretty fantastic defense. Ben Johns was forced to go the opposite direction.
Yeah, even though they lost that point, her defense, her counterpunching is still making Johns feel some pressure out there.
And it's out of bounds. It's interesting to watch that cross-court dink rally. The backspin of Jorja Jansen.
2-1-1.
The rolling forehand of Annalie Waters going head-to-head. Good cover by J-Dub.
Yeah, great read. He kind of felt that his sister was pushed back a little bit by the serve, knew that they would maybe look to drive there, and he stayed home just a little bit longer.
2-1-2.
J-Dub's getting expressive.
Yeah, his hand speed kind of bailed him out a little bit. Jorja got fumbled with her footwork, popped it up, but they were still able to steal that one away.
Hello, hands. Ben Johns winning that.
Yeah, Johns is dialed in now. The hands are working. He knows he has to bring his A game if they're going to get through this one.
Checking a new ball.
You good? Yes. 1-2-2.
Just when you think you've seen all the capabilities of Annalie Waters, she shows you a new shot.
Yeah, no, she's still adding tools, and it's amazing to me, though, how good of a job J.W. Johnson's doing, covering that speed up back behind his body, even with keeping his feet planted. A lot of times people will get a little too weak if they don't have their body behind them, and he clearly not the case for him.
You know, it's so funny. You talked about not moving the feet. In the words of the great J-Dub, he said, when you have to flick, you don't need the feet.
I love it. I love it. Classic
Somebody
J-Dub.
put that on his shirt.
Point.
Tough getting that on the right hip of Jorja Jansen. Another point. It's 3-2.
3-2-2.
What did he do to that ball?
No, went with an extreme angle where he changed his swing path rather than finishing on the opposite shoulder to the same shoulder, just kind of going straight up to increase the top spin there. Beautiful execution.
Jorja finds the line. So good for Ben Johns. Silky smooth on the speed up.
Yeah, certainly not a bad shot selection by Jansen there, but just you see how tough it is with the presence of Ben Johns completely owning the middle of the court.
4-2-2.
A 2-point advantage for the #1 seed. Jade did everything he could as Annalie Waters finds herself on the left side.
Yeah, we had another one of those formation changes that just kind of happened reactively throughout the point, but they're able to get it done.
Side out.
And a much needed side out.
Yeah, so the Johnson's down early, but still within striking distance here. Yeah, if they are going to shake Meghan, this is why it's so challenging to play this team. I do feel like the drive needs to go at Johns or right into the body of Waters. If she has the ability to extend her hand, she's just generating so much power on that two-handed backhand.
Jorja went up the line, then tried to find that right side of Ben Johns. They're not turning their direction quite yet. Ball back, 5-2. An opposite angle for J.W. Jansen.
Yeah, I thought they did a good job this point of just moving the ball around, eventually got the pop up and took advantage of it.
Oh, he tried to take a little bit off. That ball did not bounce as high as he thought it might. 6-2 now, so a change of ends. Waters and Johns with a substantial lead here in game number 3. Steps and feet are moving as Ben Johns and Annalie Waters have a substantial lead here in game 3 in the quarterfinals over Jorja Jansen and J.W. Jansen. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Annalie serves yet again. So Kyle, I must ask, if you're Jansen and Jansen, what can you look to do at this point?
Well, I think the key here to me is Jorja Johnson's been playing a great match, but I think she needs to continue to move the ball around. She can stay in the pattern with Annalie and those cross-court dinks for a little while, but the longer she does it, the more Ben Johns owns and clogs the middle. So if she can dink back behind him, that'll actually set up her brother to get more involved with some more forehands in the middle where he can start to dictate.
She can also do that, too, with a block winner.
Or just do that.
Or just do that
another, what do they need? 8 more times to win the match? Pretty impressive there.
And she does it yet again.
Yep. And I think from Waters' perspective, she's tried it a few times, but unless she hits a really, really good location, the power of Jorja Jansen has been effective enough for that cross-court attack to not be that effective for her.
So instead of the dink up the line, she goes with the speed up the line.
Yeah, and not a bad play either. She also has to balance some attacks as well. It didn't work out for her there, but the dink up the line, as long as she doesn't get earned, will help her brother get a little more involved.
There it is, Jorja Jansen, the forehand winner.
Yeah, and she's making Johns pay for it every time he tries to thread the needle and be a little too predictable with the attacks. Her counterpunching has been very problematic for him.
Back to back for Jorja Jansen. Outstanding play.
It's really elite play right now. It's not just the execution, but really just the pickleball IQ that she's showing out there is extremely impressive to me in how she's balancing her patterns.
So I guess the question is, what is he if he's not human? A superhero?
Yeah.
I don't know.
6-7-2.
Back in action now. Johnson and Johnson down by 1. There's the pattern you were talking about. The dink up the line gets Jade involved, and it pays off.
Yeah, it's usually going to create a lift dink to the JW forehand, and it sinks his teeth into the point long enough to maybe get it.
Side out.
Nice shot there by Waters, finding the feet of Johnson as she was working her way in.
So they earned the side out. It was 7-2. Now 7 apiece. Calculated aggression until J-Dub just doesn't even believe it.
Yeah.
Got the overhead look.
Those definitely hurt, but I love that his little sister, Jorja, pats him on the shoulder there and says, hey, we're still in this. Don't worry about it. We still have a chance.
I like the location there for Johnson and Johnson, kind of finding that in-between zone as one player's further in front of the other.
Yeah, generally speaking, if your opponents are staggered and you have a high ball, you want to go to the person closer to you. Nice job there.
Wow, the first missed dink we have seen from Leigh Waters. I can't remember another in this match.
Well, I don't think Johns and Waters are impervious to feeling a little pressure themselves, and that's what happens when you keep the score close.
J-Dub had a good read on it. Speaking of everyone pulling out their best game, impervious in game 3. Look at you.
You know, I like to keep you on your toes out here, Cameron.
8-7. Thank you, net, says Jorja Jansen.
But again, what set that up was the previous dink back behind Johns. She leaned in and was able to dictate from there.
8-8-2.
8-8, second serve. There was one of those in game 1, and Jorja Jansen wasn't able to manage. That's not the case now.
That was a very, very awkward and tough ball to handle, but she got it down just enough to get the error from Johns.
Side out.
So a side out, but the lead now resides on the side of Johnson and Johnson.
8-9-1.
Must win by 2. Just enough of a reach for Ben Johns.
Yeah, good idea by Jansen there to dink behind him, but wasn't able to get that one to bounce. And Ben Johns does not need a lot of daylight to work with to be offensive.
There's the cross-court speed up on the forehand side, or at least to the right side of her body.
Somewhere near that right hip. Somewhere near that right hip will get the job done. Well done.
9-9-2.
Jorja Jansen is jumping up and down. She just won a hands battle versus Ben Johns.
To me, the entire theme of the match is Jorja Jansen's willingness to be bold at the right times. She didn't care about the score there. Really, really great point from her.
She wanted another. Ben Johns showing off his flexibility, getting out of the way.
Absolutely, not just the hand speed, but the body control, covering that much court in a fast hand exchange is really tough to do.
9-9-2.
9-9, second serve. Wow, that was a nice chicken wing from Annalie Waters. I don't know how she got that ball back, but it's the 10th point. And now match point for J.W. Jansen and Jorja Jansen. Redemption to the semifinals. Jansen and Jansen.
What a fitting end. We talked about how Jorja Jansen was bold. She finishes the match off by going right at Ben Johns, and it pays dividends, Cameron. What a match.
The final point. Jorja Jansen, absolutely relentless, going head-to-head with Ben Johns and picking up game number 3. 11-9. The number 1 seed falls to Jansen and Jansen.
It's the first loss that Waters and Johns have had this year. They came into this tournament with double, triple crowns, but just a great performance by the brother-sister duo of JW and Jorja Jansen. Great to see.
Well, welcome back to Championship Court, where it is upset city here with the Jansen siblings. Guys, this was an incredible upset. What was going through your head when it came down to the wire in Game 3?
I was just relying on my brother. You know, we're a team out there, and so I was just looking for him for support and him looking at me, and you know, it was just a really fun match. Glad you guys got to see it.
Well, guys, a lot of players out there would love to know the secret as how to take down the number 1 team. What can you tell them?
Fast hands. I don't know. We were just patient for a lot of it, trying to look for the right targets, and eventually we found it, and we just kept going.
Well, Jorja, you both have improved so much, but it is really obvious how much you have come, how far you have come. What do you credit that success to?
Just a lot of hard work. I thank all my practice partners back at home, Gabriel Tardio, Dylan Frazier, J.W. Jansen, and my mom.
Love it, guys. Congratulations. We'll see you play your semifinal later on today. Guys, we'll be back with a lot more pickleball after this.
And Meghan Fudge is so steady, so reliable. So that's a great partnership. On the other side, you see Etta Wright talking to Rafa Hewett, the lefty. Etta Wright is a star on the rise here, Drew. Played terrific at MLP. She was thrust next to Ben Johns. A lot of pressure on that. Played flawless mixed doubles in that, and Rafa Hewett had a lot of big wins on this court in MLP, and they are a confident duo coming into this match.
Side out.
Underway here on championship court. Thrilled to have you with us.
0-0-1.
Just a little bit short from Dekel Bar.
More of that, please, though. You saw the just massive forehand from Bar, and you're going to see him going mad after big serves here all day.
Point.
And that got that whole thing started with a humongous serve. Etta Wright not able to get anywhere near the kitchen line on the return.
Nicely done by Etta Wright, Dave. How does this change the mood now that Annalie Waters and Ben Johns are no longer contending?
It changes everything, because you're like, we can go win this. Not that these teams didn't think they could win before, but when a team has been as dominant as Johns and Waters have, now this thing is wide open. You have the top seed and the second seed are out. True.
Point. Two, 1-1.
Very aggressive Hewett coming out of the gates.
Yeah, and on grandstand we have just a throttling going on. Zane, Navratil, and Jade Kawamoto are up 14-1 and have just won 15-1 over Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. So their day is over.
Point.
And that's a very good, excuse me, that's a very good day so far for Navratil and Kawamoto, who beat Catherine Parenteau and Julian Arnold in the first round. You talked about the upsets, they're everywhere.
Fudge and Bar trailing by 3, and that is well done by Etta Wright, dialing it up.
Yeah, so the ladies that have the one-handed flick are very few, and Etta Wright is one of them. And it is a gorgeous shot that she just hit for a winner right there.
Point.
And Bar and Fudge are a little discombobulated here, and they're going to need to think about this. They did not switch out of the big serve from Hewett. That got him behind. They tried to switch, and that's a big, big hole to come out of.
Trailing 6-1, just underway. We're back to championship court in just a moment. Coverage of mixed doubles continues here on day 2. Etta Wright, Rafa Hewett off to the good start here in game number 1. Finally, Bar right down the boulevard.
6-1-2. Side out.
Tremendous dig there from Rafa Hewett, and then got a ball that he'd usually destroy and unfortunately caught the net, but really good start. And there you see Dekel Bar going after that serve, but couldn't make it there. So Fudge and Bar got to find their rhythm here. Haven't been able to start this match.
Love watching.
You know, I walked out to the truck to get in position to call this, and I walked by Hewett and Wright, and they were a confident duo. I said, who do you guys got in the next one? And they said, who's got us? So they are feeling very good about their partnership. They played the other Phoenix event.
Etta Wright right now controlling on top of the kitchen.
And the big thing here when you have a lefty guy, as you have with Rafa Hewett, is you've got Etta Wright in front of Meghan Fudge, and she is going to win those exchanges heads up with hand speed.
Side out.
Aggressive move from Wright doesn't pay off, but I like it. Just put another thing in your opponent's head here. She comes flying across there. Good hands by Dekel.
7-1 game number 1.
Point.
And the imposing Israeli that is Dekel is what got them the victory over Kovalova and Wright. He was everywhere at the end of that match. That's what he needs to do again.
Second serve. Two, 7-2.
Etta Wright can't get to it. Oh, great get by Hewett. Hewett showing the total package, but hits it just a bit long.
Yeah, he got a little over cranked there at the end. He came flying in with the two-handed backhand and then needed to reset the last ball here. This is great, but a good handle by Fudge. And
3-7-2.
well deep, but tremendous defense to even get in that position. That's just a great cross-court dink exchange, and Etta Wright wins that one. Meghan Fudge, when you have backspin to backspin, it's tough to deal with. She needed to let that ball travel. I'm not sure would have ever gotten wide enough to make that, so she got the dreaded HTP instead of the ATP. She hit the post.
Second serve.
A little bit wide that time from Hewett. Hewett, the all-time leader in career wins at Point University. Men's singles tennis. Made the conversion to pickleball in 2020.
Yeah, and there's the challenge of having to change to the other side of the court. Meghan Fudge on the dead run couldn't make that last volley.
Nowhere to hide that time for Etta Wright.
She got one scorpion, but then when the scorpion is getting squashed and you're getting down, there's nothing she could do. Great sportsmanship from Fudge coming over and checking on Etta on the next one.
Wow. Etta, sorry, not sorry, coming at you.
Sometimes you have great sportsmanship. You think the net would be your friend afterwards, and it most certainly was not.
Dekel got to put a little bit more on his plate here, I think.
Yeah, that was the difference for them, and he has maybe the biggest forehand in all of the game. It's got to roar, and it's got to roar now.
Oh, nicely done from Hewett.
And guess who's roaring? It's not Dekel's forehand, it's Rafa Hewett.
Hewett and Wright applying all kinds of pressure up against the net. That time, second serve, coming up with an 8-4 lead.
Meghan's like, you got to be kidding me. I have good sportsmanship, 2 nets in a row. Don't go my way, but I love that Wright just keeps attacking straight ahead. If she's only going to reset it, keep going.
Side out. Second serve.
And that's the one that's got to be made. You're at 4-9 here.
Into the net that time. Side out coming up. That's hit wide.
And that's the impact of Dekel's massive serve, is they can't switch Rafa over when Etta's returning just because she cannot get all the way up to the kitchen line. A little too much on that one, though.
Dekel.
We do have replay in play here, Drew.
Has not been utilized much today, though, has it?
It has not. And that wasn't even close, but just while we're all here chatting.
Wright still in attack mode.
Yeah, and Hewett's third shot drives are so low, and Etta Wright has the athleticism to get up there and shake and bake that. So you got to choose your poison. Do you want Rafa running up there, or do you want Etta?
Hit just long from Wright. Was born in New Zealand, grew up in California, so well traveled. Just 30 years old. Hewett winning those battles here early on.
Yeah, you heard Dekel yell at Meghan a couple times. No, thought those were going deep, but the confident team I saw walking the grounds looked very good as a partnership there in game one. We'll see if Dekel can really be a monster in game two and force a third game. But kudos to that woman, Etta Wright, played great in game number one.
11-6 after game one. Game two coming up right after this. Coverage of mixed doubles continues. Drew Felios alongside Dave Fleming. Lauren Fudge now serving, and it is a new opportunity this weekend here in Mesa for sure.
Yes, and that opportunity is obviously the top seed, Waters and Johns, upset by the Jansen brother and sister duo. Everyone now sees a chance to grab a title. And the ice cream truck of Fudge and Bar needs to get going here now. You can't miss your serve, but got it back without any damage. Really close on the sideline there, and Meghan's still looking at it. Meghan is a German. Her husband, Ryler, is a tremendous player himself, so a pickleball family through and through. Played her college tennis at University of Illinois, did Meghan Fudge.
A lot of Big Ten representation on the PPA Tour.
Yeah, we got Michigan with Matt Wright, Michigan State with Catherine Parenteau. So
easy pickings for Dekel.
Yeah, and I think he played so aggressively. He was straddling the tee the whole match against Kovalova and Wright. He needs to be back, and there's that position right there.
Love Dekel story. Born and raised in Israel, coming over here to study. And Dave, he is just a giant on the court, isn't he?
Giant on the court and one of the nicest human beings you'd ever meet off the court. So just continues to make an impact on the sport, and what defense in this point from the big man.
And that's long. Did it graze the shoulder of Fudge, maybe even the hair strand?
Yeah, I don't know if the ponytail got clipped just barely there. Obviously, everything is in play if it happens, but I think it just missed there. Rafa was wondering.
And now you see Fudge and Barr start to get into a bit of a groove.
Yeah, and if they're going to just keep going at Meghan, she just needs to pick a side of her body and let Dekel stand right next to her. He'd been flirting with disaster on the serves. That one slides wide.
3-0-2. 3-0 lead. Open court, nicely placed by Dekel Barr.
Yeah, so he's like, go ahead, go behind me, but he's so big and has that great lateral movement. And didn't try to do too much with the open court. Beautiful start.
Little poach that time from Barr at the perfect time.
So, hello, Bert. Bert, of course, is when you Ernie in front of your partner, and because he is being so aggressive, that play is definitely available to him.
Side out.
That time caught Fudge a little flat-footed.
Yeah, Meghan can't believe that Barr didn't swat that with his forehand.
0-5-1.
Oh, monster forehand that time by Hewett.
Inside out, right in the corner pocket there. And
1-5-1.
Boy, they are really taking their swings, aren't they?
Well, that's what got them here. That's what makes them such an effective team. So if you do return near Rafa, he is going to pound it and let Etta Wright come finish.
Second serve.
Great defense by Fudge. Paddles may have tapped there. Fudge able to stay in it. Oh, tremendous by Dekel Barr and Meghan Fudge. That is how you play defense.
And that's how you play winning pickleball right there. You saw Meghan Fudge really getting a solid base, getting low. They finally got a ball to bounce, and the big D came roaring in to finish. That's a tremendous point of mixed doubles right there, and that's why people love mixed doubles.
Barr right now the aggressor. So a 6-2 lead, trying to get a game back here in game 2.
Second serve.
Any side advantages you think today, Dave, with mixed doubles?
You know, certainly in this particular setting, we'll see later with the sun as it comes in. It's a lot warmer than it was yesterday. Dekel bars everywhere, and so sight lines are definitely better earlier in the day on the side that Meghan and Dekel are on now, because you're not looking into a glare of the bleachers behind you, but the wind in there versus outside is not as big a factor.
Side out now for Wright and Hewett, trailing 7-2 here in game 2.
So you see Meghan Fudge giving a direction to return this to Etta Wright as well.
Second serve.
So sometimes your partner will give you not just that hand signal that Dekel Barr gave that he's switching, but also where they want to see the return.
Into the neck. Once again, Dekel Barr initiating, and a side out to Fudge and Barr.
Yeah, it was Etta Wright coming flying across with the shake and bake, and Dekel Barr just stood his ground and blocked it, used Etta Wright's pace.
Ernie attempt, and Barr was there to send it right back.
Yeah, got a little help off the net, but because his paddle is in such a good ready position, able to deal with that. Some quick hands.
Point.
So now it's Dekel Bar who is locked in on Etta Wright, and they're only playing 20 feet a court or 10 feet on that side. It's really working.
9-2 here. That is just inside the line.
Fair enough. Okay. Second serve.
Certainly look good from our vantage point there. See another angle of this. Yep, looks like caught right on the line.
9-2-2.
Second serve here. And that's wide. So now we've got game point.
And that's the pressure at Dekel Bar, making you try and do a little too much, get it out of range of his paddle. And no timeouts here from Hewett and Wright.
10-2-2.
Going to just play through this.
Once again, Fudge holding it down defensively from that back line. And a miss hit gives game to Fudge and Bar. All right, welcome back to the Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai, Drew Felios, Dave Fleming, Wright and Hewett now serving to start game 3. Bar and Fudge in the far court. Dekel Bar just absolutely teeing off right now.
Yeah, and a great first volley from Meghan Fudge there. Handled the drives, which were so effective in game 1 when Wright and Hewett were the victors.
Oh, great get by Hewett. Still playing.
Absolutely ridiculous get from Rafa Hewett, and he left it in a safe place. And then
1-0-1.
It's hard sometimes as the player on the other side to maintain your composure. Great job by Dekel Bar there.
Point.
Wright hits it into the net. Another point for Fudge and Bar.
Yes, and this lockdown on Etta Wright, they're just going to play every ball to her, and Big D's going to dare them to go on his left side.
3-0-1. Second serve.
That's the first error that Fudge has made in a long time, since early in that first game.
3-0-2. Side out.
Going right at Bar that time. Side out coming up.
Yeah, and that time they were able to get a ball behind him on his left side, and that set up the point very nicely. And you saw Bar has not gone for the third shot drive. They've been dropping it because they like what's been going on at the kitchen. We'll see if that continues.
All right, so you're Hewett and you're Wright. How do you get back in this?
Just keep driving the ball like that. Etta Wright had another good look at that. She's got to bring that back to Fudge because Bar has been blocking all of her shake and bakes.
Side out. Three, 0-1.
Oh, can't get to it. Great effort, though.
Yeah, the net's still bouncing there after that. That's a big man coming at that net.
3-0-2.
Dekel Bar just destroying it here on championship court.
Yeah, one of the most violent overheads in the game. That time he went with the third shot drive, and that set everything up. He's looked fantastic here since the middle of game number 2.
Right now, Fudge and Bar like a freight train And on the other side, Wright and Hewett just cannot find that stroke that they had in game 1.
No, and they're Fudge and Barr are just smart. They're just dropping it in front of Etta Wright and then putting that clamp on the left side of the court.
Side out.
Side out coming up.
Yeah, Barr might have played a ball that was out there, and they could have gotten the switch at 6-0 because we will switch sides. Now, if the good side is the good side, it's the one with 0 on it right now from the first 2 games. So that's a little disheartening. You can't even tell yourself that. And Hewett and Wright are going to switch sides and put the backhands in the middle of the court here.
Oh, how about Hewett trying to stay off the kitchen and.
So we saw Hewett trying not to fall into the kitchen because momentum matters. Ooh, those toes are very close.
0-5-2.
The call was made, though.
And that miss hit by Barr. And the first point here of game 3.
You know, and that's what got them here. High energy drives, got balls popped up, got mistakes like that one. So they've got to get that, but the drives have to be low, and they have to be smart with their first volley after the drive on the 5th.
Barr gets it done once more.
So going behind him is one thing, but it has to bounce, Drew. So this ball that Wright tries to go behind him with is way too high. That is not an open court when it's up in the air.
Just a little wide that time.
And Dekel does what we all do. We look to the heavens like, how could I miss that after such a beautiful serve? And again, another shot to switch sides with a big lead. That ball's lost. So I think this is a big opportunity for a side out for Wright and Hewett. Get the ball back, maybe get a couple, 5-3, see what can happen. 6-1 at the switch. That's a massive lead when a team is playing as well as Barr and Wright, or excuse me, Barr and Fudge are right now.
Meghan Fudge serving. Dekel Barr hits wide.
So that's 2 huge opportunities for Dekel, and you see that Hewett and Wright are going to maintain the backhands in the middle positioning.
Second serve.
And so what do you do when you see 2 backhands in the middle? You make them figure out who's going to deal with a middle bar, and that's a tough ball for Hewett to hit. Smart. See if another return finds a backhand.
Barr maybe doing a little bit too much on that point.
Yeah, that's when he's just got to get to Meghan. You're not in trouble at all. Sometimes you got to concede the kitchen, Drew, and that time Dekel let him off the hook, and it carried over. I can assure you I shouldn't have taken that other ball was involved in that return swing.
Left the door open just a little bit here for Wright and Hewett. See if they can take advantage. And Etta Wright, nicely done with the right hand.
So the one advantage they have of the backhands in the middle is Rafa Hewett can absolutely drive a 2-handed backhand. You saw how low that one is.
So Etta Wright, Rafa Hewett coming back here, game number 3. Let's see if they can continue the rally. And there's Wright once more.
So the good news for them with the backhands in the middle is that those backhands are good if they just figure out whose ball is whose, and they have done a great job in this run, and they have a chance now to switch with the lead. That looked impossible a second ago.
Have not had many dink battles in this match. But there is Fudge and Barr coming through.
And the reason for that is we now have the ladies diagonal from each other because of the side switch for Hewett and Wright. That makes it a lot harder for Dekel Barr to get involved. The only disadvantage is Barr's forehand is in the middle and Rafa Hewett's backhand is in the middle. And
just missed it.
Little slider off just the millimeter of the net there, Drew. So that's what happened there. It is the Johnsons waiting for the winner of that match, and not that that is any treat whatsoever with how well they can play and are playing today.
Just long that time from Fudge, and it's that old 1930s song, Jorja on My Mind. Jorja Jansen, what a performance earlier today.
No doubt about it. Again, the question is, can you match that again? Keep that same adrenaline up.
Side out.
Great job with the two-handed roll of keeping Fudge back there by Rafa Hewett. So he's going to give up a little in reach, but he still has an effective weapon in the middle of the court.
Dekel Barr, big time.
And the margin is so slight, Drew. It's the difference of being able to make that ball bounce versus if it's up, and that tremendous reach that Dekel Barr has, and then a great job of putting it in the feet of Etta Wright.
More great defense by Fudge. Can't lift it though, and it'll be a point for Wright and Hewett.
Tremendous hands from all four players.
It's at high and out, and it's the first lead here in game number 3 for Wright and Hewett.
Yeah, and Dekel Barr had a chance maybe to just sell out and take one of those drives from Hewett.
Well, this match has just been absolutely electric.
Side out.
And it's a great chess match here. And there's a rook in a much better position here for Wright and Hewett now. And it is the current positioning with Rafa Hewett, the lefty, on the left side.
Hewett, speeds it up. Fudge caught off balance.
She seems just fine, and you know, it's tempting. The challenge though with a lefty on that side is it's their forehand that's covering the line, so you can extend and reach and cover that. And Hewett was able to do so there, and now Barr goes for the big serve, can't make it.
What do you make of that Dekel Barr serve?
I love it. It's huge. It sets them up in a big way. I think it's absolutely worth it going for it now in this moment. Obviously he hates that he missed that one, but it's a huge part of why he's so effective.
Oh, I'm not coming back.
No, you saw him just say, I dare you to go to my left, and they weren't able to get a ball to bounce.
7-6-2.
Hewett tried the no-looker, not happening.
Yeah, great push volley dink there. So it short hop here by Dekel Barr, caught Rafa off.
And that one's hit wide, so we are tied. Once again, it's 7. Back and forth we go.
And that's the threat. You don't necessarily need to hit a winner yourself. You get
7-7-1.
Rafa trying to do too much.
Trying to attack Fudge here. Barr not having any of it. That one's out.
7-1. Second serve.
I mean, how precise to set off the point the way they want it. If Fudge gets that third to drop and bounce, Barr can get in there. That's how critical that first ball is.
That one's sailing out.
Yeah, and Fudge was able to get on top of that ball, and Hewett tried to do a little too much. Huge, huge third shot coming off the big D. Oh, and he takes a ton off that one. Didn't want to miss it.
Got a 9-7 lead here. Oh, Hewett into the net, and again, the hand speed of Dekel Barr on top of the kitchen, just incredible.
Yeah, took a chance of going back cross court hard here, and Dekel Barr was up for it, and here we go, match point.
The Fudge Bar right now tastes delicious.
Welcome back to Championship Court, where Meghan, Fudge, and Dekel Barr are moving on. Guys, you got up very big, 5-0 in Game 3. They started working their way back. How did you dial it back in?
Yeah, no, it was tough. We got to a great start, but I made some errors. They played some great points, so we just regrouped at 5-5, I think, or 5-4 at the changeover as well. Just talked about a couple things and managed to get it done.
Well, Fudge Bar, as all your fans out there are calling you on the stream and all over the world, you got to debut a new partnership. I think you've played with Dekel a few times before, but we're seeing so many new teams come out on tour. What is your partnership like together, and how does it play out on court?
Yeah, no, it's our first time playing together. It's been such a joy to play with him. He's super positive, and he's everywhere. I mean, he's playing phenomenally, so I'm just excited to be here.
Well, Dekel, you missed a couple of tournaments to start this year. You took a long break. I know you had some business things going on, but you're back, and you're back with a resounding bang because you're in the semifinal. How good does it feel to be back on center court?
Feels great, yeah. I miss playing in front of this crowd on the PPA, so glad to be back and with such a positive, great partner. It's been super fun.
All right, guys, good luck in your next round. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our next match. Don't go anywhere.
They got that knocked out. Now they have to play a team that just always positive are Wilson and David. You can see even how, look at how Viv comes charging out there ready to play. I mean, that's her in a nutshell right there.
Leigh Jansen to get us going, and off we go from Mesa. And that ball is in. Interesting to see how Thomas Wilson and Rettenmaier, how their two styles, after they collide, how each responds, Dave.
Yeah, and Vivienne David's going to be sitting there ready with the backhand if Leigh Jansen speeds it up cross court. Obviously, the big difference in this match than the last one is we do not have a lefty, all four righties on the court.
Second serve.
So you will see a few more of those cross court dink battles
0-1-2
between Leigh Jansen and Vivienne David.
Well done by Rettenmaier.
And that's what you want from the male part of your mixed doubles team. Do not let a third that's up bounce anywhere. Go finish it before they can even think about getting to the kitchen.
Vivienne David, so good fundamentally, came up a little short there.
So good fundamentally, and such a great teammate and partner, and so talented.
Oh, she is. Meanwhile, 32-year-old Thomas Wilson, another player that is so popular when it comes to who you want to pair with. You want a guy like that.
Yeah, just crazy athleticism.
There you go on cue. Wowing the crowd here in Mesa. David holds down the fort.
Point.
And unfortunately, a net cord messed up a tremendous point there. But, you know, Rettenmaier has been very aggressive to start this match. That's the way that they will win, and he knows he has a partner next to him that will be able to put away things that he sets up. That's the second speed off the forehand from Jansen. Tried one down the middle that was swatted, and that one catches the net. See if she finds a little more patience in her game.
Oh.
Second serve.
Rettenmaier's really come out aggressive, hasn't he?
He has, and Vivienne David's always going to slide to her right and fade and protect with the backhand, and she's okay with letting them have a big swing at her. And there's Thomas Wilson in the middle, but just missed it.
3-0-1.
Wilson will take care of that one. Second serve coming up.
Second serve.
Yeah, puts more pace on a forehand than almost anybody. We had two of the biggest hitters with Dekel in the prior match.
Point. 4-0-2.
Hit just long. Got to mention our officials for this match: Gary Miller, Diane Viana, Howard Hepworth, and Roberta Dials with us here in the truck.
Point.
And the Thomas Wilson backhand volley and forehand volley has betrayed him, and he is heading to his player bench with 0 points.
So Rettenmaier and Jansen roaring out of the gates here in game number one, 6-0 over David and Wilson. Drew Felios, Dave Fleming. See if that timeout helps, and it does.
Yeah, a little too much there. You see Rettenmaier knowing you got to, really swipe up the outside of the ball to be able to keep that in and not let that get too wristy. You see Rettenmaier still going through that swing right there.
Wilson once again, that neck, his worst enemy right now.
0-6-2. Point.
And that is the first point for David and Wilson. Felt like it took an eternity.
It did, but there you see Vivienne David smiling away. So this isn't a team that is going to be in any way worked up about a scoreboard. Now it's focus and play. I think sometimes just getting that first one is all you need.
Oh, just a little bit wide. David and Wilson defended that perfectly, didn't they?
After such beautiful resets that got it out of the purvey of Rettenmaier's paddle, and then went for just a little too much after they finally earned the kitchen.
Oh, right down the middle from Rettenmaier. That was special.
Yeah, good hands by David to even get that ball back, and Rettenmaier was ready.
7-1 with Jansen serving.
Second serve.
Jansen comes up short there. Seems like the Leigh Jansen making all the right moves so far here in 2023.
Yes, playing very well. Had a lot of fun with Elise Jones last week and will again tomorrow.
Oh, finished off by Vivienne David. Best point
That's her patented shot there after a lot of great reflex volleys on both sides. If you go down into that backhand, she's just ready and rolls that left hand on top of it.
1-7-1. Second serve.
It's not sharp yet on the thirds from Wilson.
1-7-2.
Point. Jansen short that time. 7-2 now. Still steep hill to climb here in game one for David and Wilson.
2-7-2.
Tried the ATP and it's successful. Vivienne David couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, so if you try to run around your backhand and then go topspin inside out cross court, the topspin is going to carry that well wide of the post. Nice job by Rettenmaier of letting that ball advance.
Now Vivienne David comes out aggressive. Mentioned that positive energy, so important, Dave. When things get dicey, your partner's able to uplift you.
Yes, and no one does it better than Viv David. Yeah, nice patient point there. They haven't had a lot of those where they can push Leigh Jansen back off the kitchen line. Forced an error there, so they've kept him at 7 for a few service opportunities.
David and Wilson need points. They're going to get one here.
Yeah, and overzealous from Travis Rettenmaier there. That ball bounced and he came all the way across and was just committed and realized his error and then still missed.
Try the lob. A little bit too far.
Timeout receiver.
Yeah, you don't want to try and do too much. They were in a great position here in the last two. Came way too far and then not in a position where you need the lob there. Just cut that back cross court, get into the point. Sometimes when I see a lob, I see just a little bit of trying to do a little more than that shot requires.
Timeout on the court. Back to Mesa in a moment. A slow start for Vivienne David and Thomas Wilson, but they're starting to pick up the pace here in game one.
Time in, 4-7-1.
Travis Rettenmaier, that is why he is so good.
Yeah, and again, Vivienne David was trying to catch that paddle side hip, but caught too much of the paddle. Gotta be sure if you're gonna go, and you gotta be so accurate.
Oh, Jansen upset herself that time.
Yeah, she saw the speed up coming from David and was all over it, but nice reply on this one from Thomas Wilson to at least make her have to hit another one. Sometimes with the two-handed backhand, your follow-through doesn't let you be ready for the next ball, and that was what happened to Jansen there.
And Vivienne David hits wide.
So that's what happens with the fade. If you don't get the fade all the way slid to the right, your body will, with the swing, pull that a little wide, and got to be set with the fade and just block it forward. So nice little rally here. And the other interesting thing about today for Jansen and Rettenmaier is they had that upset win over Irvin and Kohler just a couple of weeks ago. They lost a heartbreaker to that team, so that was a big victory for them to avenge a loss 30 miles north of here.
Thomas Wilson emphatically puts it away.
Yeah, if there's a ball up to that man's forehand, and if he's going to half ernie it as he does here, just forget about it.
7-5-2.
And now they get a side out here coming their way.
And Jansen and Rettenmaier have been on 7 forever.
Second serve.
Second serve coming up here. Vivienne David.
Yeah, you saw Wilson just kept giving a little ground and then let the ball play him instead of just being set and just making that dink. He wasn't in a big problem.
Side out.
Yeah, that's a frustrating couple of errors for Wilson on dinks, but guess what? Ms. Positivity, his partners, cheering him on. And can this duo you see on your screen get that elusive 8th point?
I think it comes right there.
Second serve.
No, that caught right on
the line.
Caught the line,
yep. Still 7-5. Vivienne's got to come get it.
Point.
We're laying it all on the line, Dave.
That's the other thing. You'll get maximum effort all day long from Vivienne David. Just a tough ball off the net, but look at her go, and then just crazy sliding. It's like she had wheelies for shoes there.
Hands battle now, and Vivienne David will put it away. Boy, the crowd just loves her in Mesa.
As well they should. Entertaining. Scott, you know, when the fans see effort and it oozes out of Vivienne David and that positive attitude, those are the types of players they love to cheer for. Plus, she's insanely talented.
Tell you what, Rettenmaier doing a great job on the far side right now.
I mean, the hands, I mean, you see Thomas Wilson winding up with a full two-handed swat, and his hands were up to that really immense challenge.
Tell you what, Dave, there are some really talented men's players new somewhat to the scene, and Ignatowich and Staksrud, who we're going to see on Championship Sunday in men's singles, and this Rettenmaier can really play.
Sure can. Big serve there from Leigh Jansen, bringing that over from her single. Speaking of singles,
9-5-1.
see that on her arm. She is a type 1 diabetic. Plays through it, and so impressively.
Jansen starting to get a little more involved at just the right time.
Yeah, great finish, and you know, kudos to all she says. I wouldn't wish that on my own worst enemy, but it takes a toll mentally and physically, and she has really done a nice job of finding a way to play phenomenal pickleball and monitor that health situation.
ATP, David there, takes care of it.
Second serve.
Yeah, and Leigh Jansen's holding her head. Maybe that's going out. Maybe. Not sure there.
10-5-2.
David comes and gets it again. Wilson, great defense. Jansen into the net. Dave, let's go back to that last point. Tough to play coming off an ATP if you're left alone like that. You really don't know where it's going.
Well, you should fill in where your partner came from, which is what Jansen did. So you can definitely read that shot, and just a little uncertainty as to whether it was struck too hard from David to play it or not, and that's why she missed it. But that sort of pattern is well known by the pros now. An ATP used to be a clean winner, and now it's just another shot. Everyone defends it so well.
Nicely done by Vivienne David. It's 10-6. They are still in this.
Yeah, and she has been relentless at attacking Rettenmaier, who's been up to the challenge. That time she got him jammed up.
6-10-2.
Rettenmaier teeing off. And a side out coming up for Jansen and Rettenmaier here for the game.
Yeah, just love the way Rettenmaier's played. Very aggressive, but you can be patient while you're doing that, and he has done that. Oh, no.
Oh, there it is. So game one to Jansen and Rettenmaier wasn't easy. They were stuck on 7 for an eternity, but they found a way in the end.
Yeah, and they kept to the same idea. Let's put a lot of pressure on. Rettenmaier was all over the place, hands winning those battles. We'll see if David and Wilson can up their level. If they don't, they won't be playing anymore in the main draw today.
So Vivienne David, Thomas Wilson trying to even this up at a game apiece here to start game 2. David will serve. Nicely done by Wilson. In case you're just joining us, upsets have defined the weekend. Yesterday, Ben John's #1 player men's singles goes down, and today Ben John's and Annalie Waters defeated by the Johnsons, brother and sister, JW and Jorja. Really shocking the pickleball world, but I say shocking, Dave. I think they were due eventually.
Yeah, it's certainly shocking just because they'd only lost in one tournament ever. So a dominant team coming in, but the Johnson duo had pushed them before and were able to finally finish it off thanks to an extraordinary performance from Jorja Johnson. J-Dub, of course, did his part, but Jorja stared Ben down eye to eye, and even on match point was able to get that to them. So the Johnsons get the winner of this one in one of our semis. The next match on here will be the other semifinal, which will feature a very impressive Fudge bar duo, and they'll play Anna Bright and Riley Newman.
Vivienne David can't lift that one up against the net. Jansen, Rettenmaier score a point.
Yeah, and Rettenmaier, you know, some of the guys slide way over. You know, we talked about Dekel Bar was straddling or even on the right side of the center line. He's just maintaining his ground, steady, quiet hands, and he's saying, go ahead and speed it up at me. I'm ready.
Side out. One, 2-1.
Thomas Wilson just a bit long there.
Just?
I'd say, yeah, a little bit of real estate
17
there.
17 tees on the just there.
Just a bit outside,
yeah,
maybe.
Indeed.
And Rettenmaier with the finish.
Yeah, the one thing they haven't been able to do is bounce the ball to the left of Rettenmaier, where he is not going to hurt you with that backhand over there. But if it's up, you see the great roll he gets on that, and then perfect angle. Love the way Rettenmaier's playing in this match.
Second serve.
Yeah, right now just looks as cool as a cucumber out there.
2-1-2.
There he is to serve.
Side out.
Smacks his right leg after the miss.
And that 0-0-2 paddle is a very, that's not going to give a lot. So that's ringing through the big toe right now, Drew, I can assure you.
Vivienne David, the quick hands.
So much better strategically from Wilson and David. Make him play on that side. They bounce one there. Wilson goes there again, and he has to hit up. And if your partner's hitting up, get that paddle up.
Second serve.
Tied at 2. Second serve now from Vivienne David.
2-2-2.
Did that graze line? Wilson.
Oh, and Wilson's just said challenge right away. He didn't even hesitate.
Timeout, referees, timeout. We have a video challenge.
Yeah. That ball from my vantage point looks good to me, Drew. And I mean, Thomas Wilson, as you see, had a great look at that. That's a tough call. You can see Rettenmaier has to not play the ball, then snap his head around and call that.
That will put us at 2. That
Wow.
will put us at side out.
It really depends on what angle you look at it.
Now on that one.
Proceed to the challenge.
Let's see this one bounce again. Wow. Okay. If you would only have shown me that angle, I'm like, I mean, that angle looks inside the line or on it almost entirely. So I think this ball's in, but man, that angle right there, it's really tough to tell.
First challenge of this match, obviously a very big point.
On video challenge. The call stands. Ball was out. Loss of timeout. Loss of challenge. We will resume play at 2-2-1 for the side out.
So Leigh Jansen will serve.
So, you know, that other angle did show perhaps a little green. And you have to have evidence to overturn the call. So that's what we're seeing here.
So far, it's been the play of Rettenmaier that has really been the difference in this match. 3-2 now, the lead in game 2.
3-2-1. Point.
A little frustrated on the other side, Dave.
Yeah, David had to go full scorpion to protect an attack from Rettenmaier, and then went there again and couldn't come up with it. Tried to go inside out again. Got to bounce the ball on the left side.
Oh, just in from Wilson.
Gorgeous roll from Thomas Wilson. Perfect pace. That's one of those, if you're Rettenmaier, you're like, oh man, I'm beat.
Jansen with that forehand. Misses that time. Side out to David and Wilson.
Yep, and Rettenmaier just says, hey, we're all good. Don't go for too much from the baseline. Let's work our way up to the kitchen.
Point. 3-4-1.
Now it's tied at 4. That's what they need.
Yeah, that's the drive from David to Rettenmaier, drive from Wilson to Jansen. Got to hit better returns to not give them that opportunity.
3 straight points now with Vivienne David serving, and it's 5-4.
And that's that ball coming across your body with that much heat on it. That's a great drive from Thomas Wilson.
And Wilson, that time can't catch up to it. Second serve here.
Yeah, David's just not going to stop attacking Rettenmaier. She tried the inside out of the air here. And Rettenmaier even took his first little move to the right of his body and still was able to get a paddle on that. Very accomplished pro tennis player, has those racket skills.
You see a little bit late there from Jansen. Her and Rettenmaier will talk about it. That's how you have a new team. Got to mesh together in moments like that.
Yeah, big discussion about whose ball that is. That's where I'd love to see Rettenmaier command the middle and take that so it doesn't get to the backhand of Jansen. Oh, and a little Showtime swing and a miss on purpose at a ball going deep. And David and Wilson, thanks to their drives, have done a tremendous job of getting back into this match.
Dave, you do that so gracefully, I got to tell you. All the great sponsors here on the PPA Tour.
Yeah, we love it and we appreciate it, and you can't have it without so many people, the volunteers, the referees, and all the sponsors that make this happen. Thank everybody that has hopped on this red-hot train that is the sport of pickleball.
ATP, David there to take care of it, and it's not coming back, and David and Wilson continue the barrage.
Yes, and Vivienne David says, come on, crowd, look at me. It's interesting because Rettenmeier's ATP is a slice, which is not usually the shot you see. Got around it a little more on that one, but David was ready.
Side out now to Jansen and Rettenmaier. They've gone cold here in game 2. Leigh Jansen trying to rev up that engine once again. Wilson's Ernie played, and there's Rettenmaier. Boy, he has made some incredible gets here in this match.
Yeah, I liked where that point was going for David and Wilson, and then just a little confusion on this last ball there as Wilson thought David was going to take it. His paddle was there. He just was stunned. It didn't make it to it.
Great defense by Jansen, but she just cannot keep it alive.
Yeah, again, sometimes it's just pure pace will win.
5-8-2.
And that is some serious paddle head speed.
5-8-2.
Rettenmeier's working for it. How about the defense on the other side? Oh, finally. Had to climb the ladder for that one.
Man, such impressive athleticism from Rettenmaier, and you see the tennis background because that's not an easy ball to swat over your head, but he was able to do it with relative ease.
Wilson and Rettenmaier going at it. Oh, what a point.
True, that's why we love mixed doubles there. Just tremendous on all sides there. We even had a side switch. You're like, what's Vivienne David doing over there? And Thomas Wilson says, enough. That's awesome pickleball. Let's see if that can propel David and Wilson to finish off game number 2.
Rettenmaier, once again, one of those circus over-the-shoulder shots.
Yeah, just a little too much on that one, though. Oh, they actually overturned their own call to good there. So, all right, Rettenmaier again with the sky hook, kept it in.
Again, Dave, you always talk about the different shots in this game. They just keep being created, new ones all the time.
Yes, and you know, again, his ability to put a lot of pace on a ball back behind him there was impressive.
Try the Ernie. Wilson. Did he stay off the line? I believe he did.
He did, and you see that Jansen kept giving ground on that dink. So there's no fear for Thomas Wilson to go looking for that. Once her head's down, that's when you want to jump the line. Great job by Thomas Wilson there.
Once again, Thomas Wilson pulls the string at the perfect time.
Yeah, Jansen had a full cut at a two-handed backhand. The only problem was it was deflected by her partner right before that. So Rettenmaier and Jansen within 2.
Point.
And you see how connected Wilson and David are. I want to see the same from Rettenmaier and Jansen. Oh, man. You'll see a paddle tap after this, though. I guarantee it.
9-6-2.
Okay.
Yep. And that should be in. Yes, it is.
Tremendous job by Wilson there. And again, opening up that court by bouncing the ball to the backhand of Rettenmaier. And then you've got that open court.
And now it's game point.
Timeout receivers. 10-6-2.
Timeout going to be called by Jansen and Rettenmaier.
You see them on the net. And folks, you do not get extra points if you hit the guaranteed rate sign. But thank you, sponsors. Really appreciate all you do for our great game.
Also want to tell our audience, if you're in the area, Phoenix, Arizona, come out here to Mesa. Join us here for the next 2 days. We've got men's and women's doubles tomorrow, and then championship Sunday. Should be a blast.
Yeah, and unlike any championship Sunday we've had, Ben Johns does not have a ticket to Sunday yet.
Point.
And he will not have a medal from the first 2 events either.
So Leigh Jansen now to serve with Rettenmaier. The trail by 3. And that's long. So they're within 2 now, making this interesting here in game 2.
Eight, 10-1.
Still first serve here. Rettenmaier misfires. Vivienne David, big time.
That's the no-go zone with Vivienne David. She's just sitting there with that compact two-handed backhand ready. She dares you to come in there and beat him with pace.
Thomas Wilson destroys it. Side out, going back to David and Wilson.
So it was teetering there a little bit. Now they get her second chance to force the 3rd game.
Another game point here. Oh, Wilson shanks off his paddle. He can't believe it.
And I think Rettenmaier missed that volley. I think that's going deep, so you got to throw that away.
Not that time, though. Wilson decisively right at Rettenmaier, and 11-8, game number 2. We're going to a game 3.
I mean, we've had about 2.5 consecutive hours of just outrageous mixed doubles. It's so fun to watch. There's all the strategy. There's all the ups and downs, the flow, who's going to do what. We saw side switches in the last match. And in this one, it's just Wilson and David up their level. Who's going to take game 3? We will find out when we come back.
Welcome back here to the Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. Drew Felios with Dave Fleming as we wind down the day here in mixed doubles. Got a good one going on right now, headed to game 3. Vivienne David will let that one go long.
That's one thing Thomas Wilson does so well. If there's a floater and he can get to the sideline and be able to hit that ball even closer to the net but have plenty of room, just adds another extra bit of oomph, and that rarely comes back in the court.
Jansen, just a little bit long that time. Dave, has there been anything in this match that has surprised you?
I think the slow start from Wilson and David was surprising. They usually come out, they're on point. They're a team that's played together quite a bit. Now kudos to Jansen and Rettenmaier for making that happen. They've made the adjustments now, though, and it's going to be anybody's game here. That was the most patient point we've had this entire match right there, and it was Jansen that pulled the trigger just a little early. We'll see who can get into the patterns they like the most. So if you see that, Jansen pulled the trigger early, then Jansen misses a dink. So I expect her to be the target here in the next several points.
Rettenmaier steps in. And there you go. Vivienne David going right after her.
And the beauty of that particular pattern was they put the ball on the ground to Rettenmaier, and he put a ball that was up, and it was redirected perfectly from Vivienne David.
Leigh Jansen right now is in a bit of a funk.
Yeah, this is almost timeout land. You see Rettenmaier encouraging her, and again, we'll switch sides at 6. Dangerous territory at 4-0 on a 1.
David digging everything at the moment. And on the other side, they can't straighten it out.
And what's most important when you're digging everything out? It's not a shovel, Drew. It's getting low. Get low, defend low, use the pace of the ball. David did it perfectly there. And same girl misses a serve. You hate to do that at 5:01. The pressure's on them. You could switch. This is an actually huge rally right here.
You say the get low strategy.
Yeah.
Is it maybe a surprise more players don't play like Rob Cassidy and even take the knee defensively more?
I don't want you to take a knee. That's something that Rob does, but get a solid base upon which you can defend, and Vivienne David does that better than anybody, and that's a gorgeous inside-out ball there from Thomas Wilson.
0-5-2. Point.
Rare miss by David here in game number 3. 5-1 lead, so that's the first point for Jansen and Rettenmaier here in this game.
Point.
So it's been David off the line on that exchange. Good attack from Jansen. And here's the impact of that missed serve. They've got 2 here, and here's the impact of a missed serve on the other side, giving it right back. You see Rettenmaier can't believe it. So Wilson and David really want one of these two, and they get it via a bow and a gift.
6-2-1.
Timeout time. Jansen and Rettenmaier, and the switch of sides here coming up. Leigh Jansen played so well in game 1, but right now struggling just a bit. And these are the moments new teams have to adjust, talk it out, calm each other down, and this is where you kind of need that shoulder to lean on to get you through the adversity.
100%. And you can see we have so many great spots coming up on tour. Hey, Minnesota, here we come. We know it was chilly here the other day, but It's indoors, so that's the indoor national championship. Then we're going to Holly Hill, Florida, Pictona. That's going to be terrific. And then to Austin, the capital of Texas. Go to pickleballtournaments.com, find out, sign up, play where the pros play, get your tickets to see these guys up close and personal. I love that we are spreading out all over the country for the first time this year. Later this year, we'll be in Nashville and we'll be in Seattle, Drew. So a lot of excitement on the Carvana PPA Tour.
Nashville, Tennessee.
Yes.
Wow, here we come.
Second serve.
Of course, reside in Florida, and there is so much chatter about Pictona, that new facility on the East Coast. Can't wait for that. Oh, right by Rettenmaier, courtesy of Vivienne David.
So every time Leigh Jansen goes with a dink back to the backhand of Thomas Wilson, the court opens up a little bit for them, and that time Vivienne David hits it into the open position. Just smart pickleball from Wilson and David, and when they get a short return, they are absolutely hammering it.
Lead ballooning now to 8-2. David and Wilson starting to pull away.
Wow, and a couple of uncharacteristic missed serves from Vivienne David here, and she's not even someone that goes huge on her serve, so it is absolute go time for these two.
And Wilson able to tag Rettenmaier that time.
Yeah, Jansen just couldn't get the ball down, and he does favor slightly his backhand. We've seen him protect that side of his body all day. Just a little too much pace for Wilson to take care of that.
Rettenmaier trying to do it all himself. Just too much on the other side.
And that's the difference. At the beginning of game one, he was everywhere and they weren't able to defend it. Now the elite defense of David and Wilson is really, really causing trouble.
So Vivienne David and Wilson continue to pull away.
And if you see someone trying to do too much, guess what he's going to do? He's going to slide and trying to protect his partner. So what does Wilson smartly do? Goes behind with a beautiful drive, and you can see Rettenmaier shaking his head and pacing. So you could see that pent-up frustration in the last 2 points, and they're trying to get something figured out. You see Chuck Taylor there, sitting there chatting, laughing with Vivienne David, and that's Brittany Thomas's wife there too. All smiles on that side, and honestly, I don't know that it would be full smiles if it was 9-2, but you would definitely have something similar. It's obviously easy to be smiling at 9-2, but this is how connected these two are. Look at how close together they are as they prepare. They're 2 points away from making it to a semifinal.
She just brings such a great vibe to the court. Here we go, 9-2. And Wilson hits it long. Second serve now.
And this is where every fundamental has to be perfect for Jansen and Rettenmaier. Can't miss a dink, can't speed up the wrong ball.
And Rettenmaier able to win that battle. So come on back, side out here. Perhaps one final chance to make some noise here for Jansen and Rettenmaier.
Point.
Rettenmaier has been terrific with his third shot approach. He's driven it at about 80 to 85% come in, either shake and bake or make the fifth. Really been stellar on that all day. And there's another drive that creates a miss. So I'm trying to get this return as far away from him as I can so that he's got to really put himself out of position to hit this one.
Got a couple points back here. Leigh Jansen could just find a way to get going. I mean, she has just not been herself here in this third game.
That's a really smart dink to the retreating left foot of the right side player. The inside out backhand dink's the hardest dink to make.
Speed things up and just a little bit too fast, not their speed.
Yeah, and Thomas Wilson's just ready to eat that alive. So can they close it out here?
Oh, nicely done. Rettenmaier again. Second serve here from Vivienne David. So 9-4 here in game 3. With the shot of this third game. Oh, that was perfect.
She has gone there so infrequently that she just waited. She's been attacking his body earlier, and what a shot at 9-4 in the third.
Match point. That's wide.
I love that pattern for David and Wilson. Wilson had lots of options there, but doesn't make that one.
Steep hill to climb here for Jansen and Rettenmaier. Again, Rettenmaier putting so much on his plate. Win or lose, he has been so impressive in this match.
Indeed.
5-10-1.
Once again, finding a way, Dave, to stay alive.
Yeah, and there's but one person who could win a Triple Crown this weekend. It's Leigh Jansen. Holding on by a thread, having saved one match point.
Oh, that was long.
And this is that, do I call timeout and give them any extra confidence, or do we play through it? So David and Wilson are choosing to play through it.
Oh, once again, right down the middle. And the miscommunication, Jansen and Rettenmaier just frozen.
Yeah, and Jansen seeing Rettenmaier come take those all day long, thought he'd be there for that one.
And then it leads to the next point error from Jansen. So here's Vivienne David once again serving for the match. Vivienne David speeding it up again. Little help from the net on match point. And they will advance. It's David and Wilson moving on.
Welcome back to Championship Court, everyone. Thomas Wilson, Vivienne David here with me. Guys, that was an incredible match, and I love seeing the games go 2-3 games. How are you feeling coming into that third game, and what did you want to do well?
We felt decent. I mean, it was tough to find rhythm out here. The ball's flying, the ball's hard, it's cold. So we're just trying to keep balls in and find some rhythm, which it was tough for both teams, I feel like. It was kind of a scrappy match, but Leigh and Travis, they're always tough to play. They're long, they're great competitors. So we're just happy to get the win and moved on to the semis.
Well, Viv, after losing game 1, you made some significant adjustments in game 2. What were those?
I think just slowing it down a little bit more. We were winning more of the rallies when it was slower versus when we were speeding it up because they were sitting on counters. So I think just kind of taking your time, going back to back to ground zero, kind of like, okay, let's just play out the point, construct the point, and then wait for our opportunities and go for them. And that's kind of how it worked for us. And yeah.
Well, you've got Jansen and Jansen next with a big upset. What are you going to do to prepare for that matchup?
Maybe go hit some balls, try to find some rhythm before the next match, but it's going to be fun. We're good friends with the Johnsons, so we're going to have a blast out there.
All right, guys, good luck in your semifinal. Drew, Dave.
Game 1, time in.
Anna Wright to serve. And here we go from Mesa. First semifinal, mixed doubles. Riley Newman on the run to start. This is a sign of things to come. We're going to be in for a treat. Great first point.
Are you kidding me, Drew? More, please. I mean, even Dekel Bar, who is not one that screams at the crowd ever or even raises his hand, felt that was necessary. Unbelievable defense from Brighton Newman. And all that meant was side out, Drew. That's all that was.
Second serve.
And then 5-hole for Riley Newman on Dekel Bar there. So that's the other challenge of Brighton and Newman. Like, you think you're great at defense, they're even more ridiculous.
ATP, #1, Riley there to defend it. Anna Bright. Oh, skims the net and lands in.
But another very fun mixed doubles point there. You saw a nice ATP from Meghan Fudge, but Riley Newman was ready.
Right in the sweet spot for Dekel Bar.
Yeah, it's like, man, my arm hurts from the first rally of this. I'm going to put this away on my first swat.
0-0-2.
Second serve. Still waiting for our first point. Dekel able to sneak one in.
Yeah, that's one that Riley Newman wasn't set, so I had to reach at the last second and popped it up there. The little difference in this match versus the prior one for Fudge and Bar is that Anna Bright will not be bashful to go down the line if she gets something from Meghan Fudge to keep Dekel Bar honest. And has the shot selection on that forehand over there to do that, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Dekel cannot let that stop his aggressiveness.
Riley Newman now on the attack.
Bottom of the third, it's 0-0, Drew.
0-0-1.
Anna Bright, well played.
Yeah, Dekel Bar saw the opportunity, and Meghan Fudge just a hair late trying to help out her partner after the Ernie was defended.
Oh, Riley able to destroy it with the backhand.
You saw Meghan Fudge giving ground. She had one nice reset in there, but then the next one was up, and the thirds have been going to the backhand corner of Dekel Bar here to keep him honest. Very narrow spot to put it there, but there's another one going over there.
Look just wide from Dekel Bar. Dave, if you had a rookie of the year for 2022 on the female side, would you go Anna Bright?
Anna Bright all day long, and received that award from the Dink. Just a tremendous freshman season, if you will, from her, the Cal Bear. And unlike a lot of the tennis players coming in, she was fantastic in doubles as well and just keeps getting better. And she admits even in mixed, she has said it publicly, that she's still trying to get even more comfortable with that. So chew on that, all other teams, for a minute.
And she'll have a chance to play with Anna-Leigh Waters tomorrow.
Yes.
Really looking forward to that.
It's her turn.
Yes.
And the flip-flop between Catherine Parenteau and herself next to Anna-Leigh Waters.
Dekel thinking Ernie. Court's open. Riley takes care of it.
So sometimes Dekel gets Ernie happy, meaning he's going for a lot, and then he puts himself and his team out of position when he has to reach. So you'll see on this Ernie coming up here, he can't do a lot with that, and then Meghan's tried and defend 20 feet of court.
Here's Riley now with his first ATP. Wright's going to try and run it down. Doesn't need to. It's out.
And what it takes to win a rally in this match is fantastic. I know the score says 4-0, and obviously it is accurate, but these rallies have been fantastic.
Yeah, that's hit wide. Riley's defense is just next level, isn't it?
It is. That's why you got to hit through it. And Anna Bright had a good look at that, but the pace from Dekel Bar was the difference.
Off the paddle of Anna Bright, out of bounds, side out now to Fudge and Bar.
And again, Meghan Fudge smiling away. Another great teammate to have on your side over there. These two have looked really comfortable in their first go-round as a duo.
Second serve.
So if your opponent throws up a high bouncing third, step back and attack. And that's what Riley Newman did perfectly there.
Side out.
Just long. Anna Bright to serve.
Here the pro Arizona crowd applauding everything Riley Newman does.
That's long. Yeah, it really felt like Bright and Newman let one get away at Desert Ridge. They had Matt Wright, Lucy Kovalova on the ropes, couple match points, just couldn't finish it. Only so many Arizona events too to go around. The time to do it is now.
It is, and again, Meghan Fudge just resetting, so Riley's going to keep slamming it at her until she counters.
Great get by Fudge. Finally, Bar comes over to help. Court's open. Riley knew it.
Yeah, and Dekel points to himself that was trying to do just a little too much earlier there, and Riley would have none of it. And such a smart strategy from Bright and Newman. They're keeping Dekel so honest on the left side of his body with thirds and everything. Don't let him extend that forehand.
Side out. 0-6-1.
Once again, same spot.
Second serve.
And if you're going to challenge someone's hands, those are the wrong hands to challenge. As you see him slide back just a little bit and just sit on the backhand. Really smart from Riley Newman there.
Side out.
And now Fudge hits it low. So Fudge and Bar stuck on the goose egg.
6-0-1. Second serve.
Just in from Dekel Bar. Second serve now from Riley Newman.
6-0-2.
Here comes Anna Bright. Barr reached up, brought it down. Riley able to keep it alive one time, not the second.
Yeah, Awkwardville party of 4 there. There are a lot of odd strokes in that one. Great scamper from Bright, then Riley on the wrong side of the paddle on the right side of his body, and Dekel Barr had enough.
Second serve.
That first point, Dave, sometimes the hardest one to get.
Certainly has been for the Fudge Bar team here. Big serve from Barr to get a short return to get him a forehand, and he doesn't even go for it there. And then uncertainty. So now both players are back. That was disjointed from the moment he decided not to go after the serve. So didn't want to miss it, obviously, at 0-6, but
6-0-1.
New partnership issues there a little bit.
Anna Bright with a winner.
Gorgeous ball there. And again, if you are playing against an aggressive male in mixed and you trust your thirds to bounce to his left, this is how you neutralize it.
That's hit long from Riley Newman. Second serve now.
Because then his aggressiveness will back off, and that'll open up like the third they dropped in front of Meghan there. He's not going to get to that because he's worried about what's going on to his left. So you're making him defend all 20 feet instead of constantly going to Meghan where he knows it's going over there. He'll just cheat.
7-0-2.
This is a clinic in smart pickleball from Bright and Newman.
Riley Newman once again takes care of it. They've played nearly perfect in this first game, an 8-0 lead.
No, you're good.
A little discussion about a timeout. Meghan kept looking. I'm like, I kind of want to. Are you really sure? I kind of want to. Again, one thing. But if you are losing and it's going the wrong way, sometimes you need to just have the courage as a duo to say, we thought this was going to be great. It's not. Let's go our separate ways. That's a really hard conversation to have. And I think the partnership thing isn't often underlooked at for people just watching it. It's mentally draining when you walk out on the court and you're not feeling comfortable with who you have, or you have a situation with a player on the other side of the court. It's the mental aspect of this beyond the X's and O's and the chess match that I've talked about here. Sometimes you gel, like Callie Smith and Lucy Kovalova just said, let's play together, and wrecked everybody for a few months. Now they had a rough tournament. We'll see if they can rally back on Saturday. And here you have two brand new partnerships, literally. This is the second tournament and the first tournament. But talent can get you somewhere. Do you enjoy the experience? So it's going to be the story for the first several months of this 2023 campaign.
Yeah, that issue I don't think applies to either one of these teams. Playing tremendous on both ends. Dekel Barr able to get one to go there. Side out coming to Fudge Bar.
0 though, man.
8-1. Second serve.
And there you see right there, becomes a little bit of a mental game. Just cannot score.
Yeah, he drove a couple thirds last time, didn't hit where he wanted. That time he tried to drop it.
Side out.
And just relentless pressure. I mean, Fudge and Barr are not even getting to the kitchen line to even have a chance to score. I would tell Dekel the next time we serve, go for the biggest serve you've ever hit. It's 8-0 or whatever it may be.
Riley, he can't put it over.
Second serve.
Wanted that one. Second serve coming up.
The first 3 steps to the left where I'm going to hit a gorgeous ATP, and then he didn't see it, so he tried to go back across and didn't have the oomph to get it there.
Side out.
And I think at this point you're like, are we seriously still on 0? So Meghan's still smiling there.
Dekel still looking for that first point. Anna Wright doing it all.
If I'm Dekel, hammer this serve. Just hammer it. That's much better.
Oh, looked like may have been out. Played by Fudge. There, finally, they're on the board.
And extra love from the crowd there. They might have won that point twice with the ball that looked just a hair wide, but Fudge wasn't sure, played it in, which is love when players call a true line like that.
Yeah, it looked like that one right there, just wide. Fudge continued to play it, and another point here. It's 8-2.
Go for the serve.
8-2. Side out. 8-2-1.
Just missed it wide. There's nothing wrong with keep firing away.
Hitting it long that time is Fudge.
And Wright and Newman are just not letting Fudge and Barr be comfortable at the kitchen at all. It's just so smart.
Now Wright attacking again.
And Barr is still coming to the middle, and all of the thirds are going to his left. He might want to not commit so much and get a better ball out of the air than just cheating to the middle every time, because they are coming for it.
Point game.
And there it is, game one in the books for Wright and Newman. Pretty dominant from start to finish.
Visit pickleballcentral.com or give them a call. Love their partnership with PPA Tour.
Riley Newman comes out swing. I'll tell you what, the leg extension, he can make an Ernie jumping from about that midline, can he?
And he birded there, which is when you Ernie in front of your partner. So Sesame Street on the very first rally of this match.
So athletic.
Yeah. And Anna Bright's just not going to let him get away with that. I mean, I don't think she missed a ball in the first game either, with all the excitement of Riley Newman, just so solid.
Wow, how about the erratic shots from Anna Bright?
Yeah, and you just see that focused, driven determination that is her game as she walks back, spins that paddle and fires.
Right down the middle from Riley Newman. Dave, pickleball can be like baseball. If you've just got one pitch, you're going to get it knocked out of the yard time and again, right? You got to be able to have a different repertoire.
And it's got to look the same too, so you can't telegraph it to stay with the pitcher idea, even if you have an array, but you give it away every time. You can't tip your pitches, and you don't want to tip your shots here. And these two are on an absolute rampage right now. And it's all starting with that ball behind Dekel. This is a masterpiece, Drew.
Newman can't do anything with that one. So second serve coming up.
You have to have the wherewithal to say, yes, I see that large man in orange, but we can drop the ball behind him. And just look at the court positioning of where Anna Bright and Riley Newman are versus Fudge way back. I mean, look where she ends up in this point, nearly at the baseline when they started even.
And now Dekel cannot get that one over on his vintage maneuver.
6-0-2.
There's Dekel.
Side out.
Yeah, that's maybe the first clean Ernie he's had. They've been so precise with the drops. Now, if you go up the line, that creates a little more of a challenge to be able to keep that shallow. Nice read by Barr and finish there. And there's a mistake from Wright. She can't believe it. Yeah, you've missed one ball in a half hour of a match here. Oh, no.
1-6-1.
Riley Newman, Ernie of his own.
Second serve.
And Anna Bright, tremendous hands to keep that point alive here. She was in trouble right there, was able to reset it. And then, I mean, just like that, it's like a turnover in hockey, and it's in your net in a second.
Turn defense into offense so perfectly. Riley Newman once more side out. Now to Bright and Newman.
And these two are going to be playing all year, and they are going to be an absolute handful.
6-1-1.
Hands battle. Fudge and Bright. ATP. Riley is wide.
And you see the side switch in play. Now, they may have done it just for that rally, but Big D is on the right side of the court, and he will stay there.
Riley Newman outplayed that time by Meghan Fudge.
So that's what I love about this. Let's figure out a way. Let's do something a little different. They had the courage to put Dekel Barr on the right side of the court, and it paid off for a couple of rallies.
Riley Newman has the final say.
Yeah, but that's all Anna Bright right there, just setting the table. And it's interesting that Fudge and Barr, after playing a couple of nice points on the receiving side with the reverse positioning, chose not to go back to it when they got the ball back, and that went ugly quickly there. So surprising that they didn't carry the momentum. They'll probably not switch out of it here and keep Dekel. What you're doing there is Bright and Newman are so locked into this pattern that has them winning 17 of the first 20 points. That's 85%. I mean, that's ridiculous in a semifinal. So give them something different to look at and stay with it until it doesn't work. Don't lose the same way a whole match.
6-1 lead here for Bright Newman. Remember, first tournament here for Barr and Fudge. Still getting to know each other.
But again, now you're daring them to go to the right side of Dekel Barr, and that is a no-go zone. So this is a little better setup.
Dekel Barr, perfect opportunity, Dave.
Yeah, and you saw that Newman and Bright switched sides there and said, okay, we're going to play cross-court dinks, and Meghan Fudge was solid on that. And they will this time keep Dekel Barr on the right.
That's long.
That's the challenge. Then you are reaching in with the backhand, so you got to have that paddle face down. And Meghan Fudge has to stand up on the left side, which she has done since they started this.
Riley Newman right at the feet of Dekel Barr. It'll be a side out.
Yeah, I don't care what side of the court you're standing on. If your drive is that high, Riley Newman is going to squash it every single time.
6-1-1.
6-1. Anna Bright serving.
Second serve.
Newman willpower usually on full charge, wasn't there that time.
Dekel trying to finish. Will drop it. Anna Bright gives up on it.
Well, we were going to have bumper cars there because Riley Newman is going to get there with ease, but he didn't want to plow over Anna Bright and vice versa.
Oh, how about the shot by Riley Newman? And Dave, of course, every point's important, but safety's important also in this game, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, they don't want to run into each other there and ruin a great thing. So they hate that it happened. Now, that would have been fixed just by saying mine or yours. So it's hard sometimes. You were thinking that, but you don't get the words to come out of your mouth because you're so into the play.
Wright trying to finish. Fudge can't return it.
And they finally score with this arrangement for Fudge and Barr.
7-1-1.
They were stuck on 6 for quite a while. Those putaways from Dekel not nearly as easy as we saw in that last match.
That's because they're on the backhand.
Yep. Oh, Anna Bright hits it wide. Did a great job defensively until that shot.
Seven, 1-2.
Now it's 8.
Yeah, so Meghan Fudge is fading to the left so that she's just sitting on her forehand. And this is a arrangement that Riley Newman and Lindsay won a lot of championships with.
Point.
And right now they're just ringing up the points, Dave. It's 9-1.
Yeah, and Dekel Barr again, you're putting him in a less comfortable position, having to be aggressive on the backhand side, but the reverse of that just wasn't working. This is impressive from the 3 seed.
Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. Drew Felios, Dave Fleming, Riley Newman serving. He and Anna Bright in the driver's seat right now here in game 2. Oh, probably the best point for Dekel Barr in this match.
Yeah, you saw Riley Newman clap his paddle. They played that really well, but that's the thing. If you're going to the right side, we saw that earlier today with Rafa. Hewett was not in his preferred side. If the forehand's guarding the sideline, they can recover.
Second serve.
And it's hard for Meghan Fudge to then play a more aggressive role in the middle of the court. You can see her positioning here. She's nowhere near the kitchen line on a ball that could be swatted, but there's a big Dekel Barr in her way.
Point.
That's one of the first impatient choices that Bright and Newman have made all day, going at Dekel Barr there.
2-9-1. My mistake. 2-9-2.
Oh, Dekel Barr.
Yeah, but one of the most egregious kitchen faults of all time. All 6'3" of him in the kitchen here.
Those size 14s, tough to keep him out.
Yeah, there's nothing he could do.
And Anna Bright hits it into the net. Second serve now for Anna.
9-2-2.
Trying to close this one out. Punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. And now they're 1 point away from doing just that.
Yeah, and now Dekel's just trying to do anything he can at the end of this match, but it's just been just absolutely clinical.
Dekel Bar reminding you that he is still the Ernie King.
Well, I think Tyler Lung would like his name back there, Drew, but he is certainly a talented Ernie producer, that's for sure.
Riley Newman. Second serve coming up now. Can't really argue with you on that one.
2-10-2. Side out.
And now side out. Another chance for Wright and Newman to advance.
10-2-1.
Match point. Anna Bright and Riley Newman overpowering. Just outstanding together. 11-2, 11-2.
And you see the execution of that, but it's the strategy going into the match, the neutralizing Dekel Bar, the consistency, and when they get a ball up, they finish. When they're in trouble, they play a little defense, but so smart, so talented, and so scary for the rest of the field. This is coming all year long. Look out, everybody. We'll talk to them when we come back.
Welcome back to Championship Court, where Riley Newman and Anna Bright are headed to Championship Sunday. Guys, congratulations. Oh, Thomas Wilson, stray ball over here. But talk about that last match, and you blazed through those two games in style. What was working so well?
You know, it's great to play here. I was here a couple weeks ago. I want to thank everyone who came out. I don't know what happened. I have a bit of a losing streak against Dekel. I had actually never beaten him, and I didn't want to tell Riley that. But I just needed him to help me out, and we were able to kind of neutralize the Ernie and use some smart strategy, and thankfully we took care of business. But they're a great team, and excited to see what they do in bronze.
Well, you guys are two such talented players in your own right coming together. We expected to see absolute fireworks from this partnership. How are you making this partnership work for you in 2023?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a learning curve. I mean, this is only our second tournament playing together, so we're kind of in between matches talking about what worked, what didn't work. But no, it's so far so good. But this is special because this is where I practice Legacy Pickleball. This is where I train. So it's bittersweet to play in a gold medal match. It's even more bittersweet that I'm actually moving away. I'm moving to a different state in about a week or two. But this is a special moment. I always like playing at Legacy, and thanks to all the fans for cheering, everybody.
Well, speaking of hometowns, guys, we've had almost 3 consecutive weeks here in the desert of Arizona, which has been awesome. But what is it like to be on the road constantly as a pickleball pro?
It's tough. I'm lucky to have someone that I travel with and get to do that with. His name's actually on my hat. But yeah, it's tough. It's a lot, but it's a lot of fun. It's kind of like you see the same people every week, and I feel kind of like a family with a lot of these people, so it's still a lot of fun.
Well, guys, good luck on Sunday.
Thank you.
Drew, Dave?
The Johnsons beat a incredibly formidable team. So again, can you stack that against Thomas Wilson and Vivienne David, who are a really, really good team? This is going to be a lot of fun.
Vivienne David to serve. Here we go. First shot just wide by Jorja Jansen.
1-0-2.
Jorja comes back with that one. You got to ask yourself, is Vivienne David, is she ever nervous? Always so relaxed in the biggest moments.
Yeah, if she isn't, she's not human. So I think we all get nervous. She just does a great job of controlling that emotion and smiling through the challenges that a pro pickleball match presents to her.
Second serve. 0-1-2.
J.W. Jansen makes that look easy, doesn't he?
He does. I mean, he stands pretty much straight up and just has that insane ability to flick winners.
1-1-2.
Wilson comes back with an inside out of his own.
That's pretty from Thomas Wilson. And again, that connectivity of Wilson and David. They walk back to the baseline together. It's in simpatico. It's really nice.
Thomas Wilson can't return it. Second serve here.
Now those hands in front of Vivienne David are a force to be reckoned with, so she's going to have to really pick her spots to go at J.W. Jansen.
Point.
2-1 here early on. Thomas
2-1-2.
Wilson played college tennis, Purdue, and University of Texas.
Point.
3 points from Vivienne David drives that have created misses from the Johnsons so far. Didn't expect that sentence to come out of my mouth.
Lightning fast hands from J-Dub, but Jorja can't return it, and it's a 4-1 game.
Yeah, and if you're going to go there, you have to be ready because you know it's coming back. Thomas Wilson, well done.
And now J-Dub into the net again, 5-1.
Yeah, and just a fourth disaster. And what I mean by that is you hit your return, which is the second ball. The third ball's been driven, and the fourth volley has just been horrendous so far from the Johnsons.
1-5-1.
Right now, nothing going right on the Johnson side.
So again, this is where you need to just
1-5-2.
stretch out this lead. If you're David and Wilson, if you're the Johnsons, you're just like, okay, we're going to start playing better any second here. Just a gorgeous speed up. When you have the two-handed backhand, you can bring it across the body of the person in front of you, and they have to chase that with their paddle. And if it's not up, you'll see a ball that clicks off the outside edge. That is a phenomenal ball from Thomas Wilson, and that is another just freebie. This is Freebie Fest 2023 here so far.
6-1 lead. And now a little help from the net. And a timeout going to be called by J.W. and Jorja. So you have the greatest win so far in 2023. Maybe a bit of an emotional high. Tough to come down from that coming into this match. We'll see if they can regroup. Welcome back here on Championship Court. Wilson and David right now controlling the moment as Thomas Wilson will serve. Dave, got to ask you right now what's going on with Jorja and J-Dub.
Well, sometimes you've been sitting for so long that you just don't come out sharp, and that's, you know, they have a level 7 times above this. I love that they called timeout to just go regroup and play ball.
Side out.
And Vivienne's like, I cannot believe I missed that by 7 feet wide there, but 7 is the score they've got.
1-7-1.
J.W. Johnson just slaps it right out of the air.
And guess who's laughing? Vivienne and Thomas are laughing. So if he's going to pull the trigger on the two-handed backhand, it has to go within the body frame of Jorja, or that is going to happen.
Second serve.
Thomas Wilson comes right back. I'd love to have J-Dub's hands when I was trying to swat a fly. You know, I'd never miss.
No, that would be a fly's worst nightmare.
That's going to make it 7-3. So good timeout by the Johnsons, getting their legs back under them.
3-7-2.
Vivienne David puts it away.
Yeah, and she saw the paddle position and the choice that was likely to come from J.W. Jansen in front. And if his paddle is down, get your paddle up. And she put it in the Scorpion and just got it out of there. That's great recognition by Vivienne David.
Thomas Wilson.
Second serve.
Yeah, a little unlucky off the tape there. They've been at 7 for a while, so this is a little bit, you know,
7-3-2.
they are so talented on the other side. This is when you want to try and get out the door.
J.W. Jansen just controlling things on top of that kitchen.
And how fine you can be. If you bounce that ball in front of J.W. Jansen, he will do nothing that hurts you with the backhand. If it travels a little bit, he'll reach in and absolutely destroy you.
Vivienne David gets one back.
Second serve.
Again, J.W. caught coming in.
Side out.
So now here's Thomas Wilson to serve. 4-point lead here, 7-3. Game number 1. Little late reaction that time from David.
Wicked return from J.W. Jansen.
Well,
that was full Ginsu on the cut.
Oh, did it get a piece of J.W.?
It did not.
Nope.
3-7-1. Second serve. Three, 7-2.
Thomas Wilson
Side out.
pulls the trigger.
So Jorja was very aggressive in attacking Ben Johns on that side, and this time Thomas Wilson just left hand flicks that down.
If you are the Johnsons, J.W. and Jorja, is this a foot fault here?
It is, and Thomas tried to, like, no one's looking at me right. I'm going to casually jump over here. Nothing to see here. Vicky Ryan all over it.
Side out.
Yeah, fitting we mentioned the officials. Vicky Ryan alongside Jim Ryan, husband and wife. Don Stanley also on this crew, and Roberta Dials is with us in the truck.
And there's the Jorja Jansen formula today. I don't care who's in front of me. I'm speeding it up, and you're going to have to deal with it.
4-7-1.
Family affair everywhere here.
Point.
That's a point. J.W. Jansen pulls them to within 1 here. Make it 2. It's 5-7. And he hits this one long.
Serve.
So what's happening now, you see the lights are the factor now. It's colder. That ball is going to play faster and faster. That favors J.W. Jansen and Jorja, who like to play a little faster.
Side out.
Side out now coming back to David and Wilson. Can you imagine beating Ben Johns and Annalie Waters
7-5-1.
and not making Championship Sunday? It's possible.
That's very possible. That's why there's lots of talented teams, and this team right here has looked great all year long.
David trying for that speed up at the hands of J.W. We're ready.
You just can't imagine that he can get it because he has such a casual position holding the paddle. And just sort of down around his knees, and then it's just everywhere.
They were stuck on 7 for an eternity. Finally, it's 8-5. Lots of court to cover for Wilson. Too much from JW.
Yeah, just one of the absolute freak athletes we have is Thomas Wilson. He's even able to get a paddle on this one, but couldn't keep it in.
Playing alongside that kitchen. Oh, stepping, high stepping, tiptoeing.
Yes, doing that tire drill out on the field there.
Yes. And right now, Wilson's got it working, Dave.
Yeah, and that's just not a good choice for location from Jorja. Jansen didn't go full pace, just tried to hit an opening that was not really an opening.
David left it up. Not a good idea.
Well, she sped it up at J.W. Jansen, and then it popped right off the tape into absolute Swatville.
Side out.
And Vivienne just looks at JW. Where did that come from?
Yeah. So it's been a slog to get anything going on serve here for David and Wilson.
And Jorja hits it long. Second serve now.
Yeah, good dink location from Vivienne. David there put it on the backhand side of Jorja, who hadn't seen many balls in that location in this match.
So the Johnsons starting slow. Can they overcome that and find a way to win game 1 here? And it's in. Jorja Jansen, well placed.
And again, if you put a ball on her right that sits up a little bit, she is firing away, and she ties up like a pretzel here.
6-8-2.
Thomas Wilson.
Side out.
Creeping back in. It's 8-6 now.
8-6-1. Second serve.
Second serve coming up for Wilson.
All those freebies are gone from the beginning of this match, too. Volleys on the force have been much better.
Right down the middle from J.W. Jansen. Yeah, the shelf life on those freebies just not going to last long. It had an expiration date.
It certainly did, and that day is today.
6-8-1.
And that time was about 6:25 Mountain.
Point.
David can't return it, so now they are right on top of it. It's 8-7.
7-8-1.
Just to the left.
Yeah, now we're going for some hero shots. A fadeaway two-handed backhand down the line from Thomas Wilson there. And that whole freebie fest at the beginning of this game is over. 8-all.
We have one timeout remaining. Serving
Jorja Jansen, the player of the day here in Mesa after leading the charge against Ben Johns and Annalie Waters earlier, and now they overcome a slow start, the Johnsons, and they're tied at 8 here in game 1.
Yeah, and then they get a short return coming out of the timeout. I mean, this was 7-1. They called a timeout. They were an absolute mess, and now they've got the lead.
Second serve.
And that's big credit to them to be able to get over that mental hump of not playing your best from the start in a huge semifinal.
Side out.
So then it goes to the other side. You were up 7-1. Do you have what it takes to get to the end? It's only 3 points. You're only down 1 here.
Jorja and J-Dub just not missing right now. Dictating everything.
Wow.
Second serve.
Such a fight from Vivienne David there, fending off every attack from the Johnsons. But again, nice patient attack, lots of margin. Didn't take any of the baseline or sideline into play there.
Oh, Wilson decides to go after it the last millisecond.
Again, off the net cord, because Jorja's not disguising anything.
No.
The ball on her forehand, she is picking a target and attacking.
And that one's long. So here we go, Dave. Thought the Johnsons were poised to take game 1. Now David and Wilson with game point. And there we go. So how about that? David and Wilson. Looked like game 1 was slipping away. They find a way. And right now they're up a game here.
What a perfect miscommunication right there from Wilson and David. It was kind of both of them saying yours, and then Wilson hits a perfect third shot drop that J.W. Johnson couldn't handle, and that man has willed his team with a great play by Vivienne David, and they take game 1. I can't wait to see what we got in game 2. That's coming up next.
So Jorja Johnson there to try and pump up her brother. Let's see if the Johnsons can bounce back here to start game 2 for the right to advance to Championship Sunday.
Ow. Thomas jokingly says it cracked on my knee. And again, temps going down.
And right now the temperature on the court, trying to get a read, 58 degrees.
So warmer than yesterday. In there, little less. Wind definitely less than what was happening earlier today when it was crazy pickleball.
And Dave, it is supposed to warm up big time tomorrow.
Yes, we'll be in the 70s by Sunday, and I think we should have mint pickleball weather for the rest of the weekend.
Second serve. Zero, 1-2.
Nicely done by Wilson.
Just tremendous. Goes inside out, but gets it on the ground in front of J.W. Johnson, who really had to scramble and throw it in what he thought was a safe spot. But Wilson's forehand is so heavy.
And that's long.
And then over cranks the two-handed backhand.
1-1-1. Point.
So perhaps it's that side of the court that gives out all the freebies there, Drew.
Starting to think so.
Lob serve, got a short return. Smart to mix it up by Jade.
Oh, just gets over from David. Lots of spring in the step of Wilson right now. How about the hands of J.W. Johnson, though?
Those are never in doubt, even if he's in full tucked-in mode with the hoodie on, just thinking about life on the player bench between games. His hands are always going to be fire.
Vivienne David keeps it alive. David and Wilson getting defensive. Oh!
Second serve.
And it's really hard to put a pickleball away because you cannot bounce it like tennis into the 50th row. Smart job by Wilson. Just throw it up and see if they can handle a bunch more. Jorja couldn't handle that one.
And it's in. Well done by Jorja.
So takes a little off of it and goes actually through Thomas Wilson there. That's a great ball by her. Her forehand has been a weapon today.
Oh, emphatic from Wilson.
Yeah, he's like, give me all the overheads you want, because when you want to talk about being able to fire that right hand, man, he got a lively arm.
And Vivienne David hits it into the net. Second serve now.
Yeah, she's been trying to go inside out and catch J.W. Johnson, and that has not gone well throughout, but she's been convicted with that idea.
Right down the boulevard. That named the boulevard by our production friend Steve Taylor here at Tennis Channel.
One of the best in the business in so many facets of pickleball, and his photography is just breathtaking. Great man.
Absolutely.
Side out.
So now here's Jorja Johnson, a 2-point lead for the Johnsons. Is that in? Oh, they're going to say it is.
And on the dead sprint with all of your momentum coming at you as the ball scared Jorja there a little bit. So hard to keep that in. Great job by Jorja there.
Thomas Wilson right at you.
Yeah, he has such a good read on being able to do sort of that half to 2/3 Ernie and just smoke a ball down the line and keep it in.
Jorja Johnson standing tall as she has done all day long.
Yeah, she saw that ball earlier that came across her body, and she tried to get it with a forehand, which means your paddle is moving. You take it on the backhand, your paddle is exactly where the ball is coming. So great in-game adjustment from Jorja Johnson.
So David and Wilson sensing it getting away just a little bit. They called timeout. 6-2 here and game number 2. So tomorrow, once again, we've got men's and women's doubles, and then of course Championship Sunday a couple days from now. Dave, it's been quite a few days. We knew that there were going to be some surprises, but we did not expect there'd be this many here about halfway through.
Yeah, I think most of the pickleball world, if you would have said, who would I expect of anyone, a person playing singles, mixed teams, etc., Annalie Waters in singles, and she did make it. But the fact that Ben Johns will not be playing in 2 of the 3 disciplines and's got to earn it tomorrow, and there's a lot of guys that would love to say, why don't you fly home on Saturday, big man? They would love that. And then, you know, this team right here have settled in. They were so far behind, they almost got there. One of my storylines for the week was, will J.W. Johnson, who's so talented, finally get to Sunday? this is his first opportunity to do that.
Side out.
The other interesting part of this is J.W. Jansen and Dylan Frazier chose not to play singles to give themselves focus and energy for doubles, and that certainly played a role without question in the results he's having today.
7-2-2.
Great point. Oh, Wilson graced the paddle that time of JW.
Yeah, and George is just firing away, and that one came off the tape into a place where J-Dub wished it hadn't, but that's part of the game.
2-7-1.
So many moments where little sister Jorja was carrying the load in that Ben Johns Annalie Waters match.
No doubt.
There's Wilson coming up with one and a point, now 7-3.
And again, he goes behind J.W. Jansen, is looking for a ball in the midcourt that then he can speed up at Jorja. A little help from the tape there.
Point.
And that's as much emotion as you will get out of J.W. Jansen right there. And it's because that fourth volley just has not been clean all day for Jorja or J.W. There's another one that was just a mess.
Point.
Now maybe the door left open for David and Wilson here. They're getting back in it slowly but surely.
And you've got to keep this away from Thomas Wilson's forehand, and they didn't, but he let off.
Oh,
Second serve.
that shot just kind of looked funny, didn't it?
It did, and I think Vivienne's like, I need to let that go.
5-7-2.
Oh, comes back.
So interesting how Thomas Wilson had a couple of forehands to really rake, go after it, and chose to drop him. The second one he didn't even make after a bunch of fourth mistakes have happened in this match.
Now an 8-5 game.
8-5-1.
Driving through it is JW, and now it's 9-5.
Yeah, I mean, he's not somebody that drives a ton of thirds, but if you're going to leave the return that short. I mean, that is just tomfoolery there, to be on the dead sprint to the left and go inside out and keep it in the court with the paddle position that requires. This guy is a freak athlete. Look at that.
9-5. ATP, David is there. Jorja Jansen holds it up as well, and JW just on top of it.
Literally on top of it as he uses the lever of his arm to watch he doesn't hit across his body, he hits up and through to get that angle on that one right there. Just absolute filth from J.W. Jansen. It's such a smart use of the paddle.
Game point for the Johnsons. And there it is. So we're even at a game apiece. Jorja and JW, they shake off that slow start, and it was vintage. They played their game. They executed it in game two.
Yeah, and if we show up this weekend, more often than not, you're going 3. So you're welcome, pickleball fans, and thanks for tuning in. I know it's almost 9 o'clock on the East Coast, so we appreciate you watching. This is going to be one heck of a last game here from Mesa. We'll be right back. Game 3 at the Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam.
Some great scenes during the timeout. Jorja Jansen literally talking to her big brother, keeping his head in it, saying, come on, let's go. We got one more, and we're going to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and she's like, hey, you need something to eat? Like, she's going through the bag. Like, come on, make sure you have all the nourishment that you desire.
Side out.
We can also confirm he did not go into hibernation cloak mode with the hoodie over top. So although that worked perfectly, came out and wins 11-5. So maybe he should have.
Never seen that during a timeout, I must say, as David can't return it. It's the first point of this game.
Yep, we'll switch sides at 6. Again, anytime I see something a little one-sided, you wonder if somebody likes the other side of the court a little better.
And Jorja Jansen, that grazes the line. We could have a challenge, though, here.
I don't know what the call is. I mean, Thomas and Thomas might challenge his own call. I mean, these two call as good a line as anybody. I don't know where we're going here. I'm guessing. I think Thomas is challenging his own call here, but we're waiting for word.
Okay, we have had one overturned today, Dave. And once again, can look a little bit different from the two camera angles.
He said he didn't see it.
I don't know how a referee on the far side could see that. So they are going to challenge the call on their own side here.
2-0-1. Yep.
So getting a good look at this in the truck. Interesting to see which way this call goes.
Yeah, and it's again one of those where you got to snap your head around and make that call. And Thomas was in the middle of one of these earlier today too. I mean, from this angle, I mean, that looks like, I don't ever see white. It looks like green all the way from that angle, but my goodness, that's close. I mean, obviously we're not staring down the line there, so again, it's this one that where you're like, well,
officials now gathering. It's obviously a big point.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure Jim and Vicky are not discussing their dinner plans later, the husband and wife duo.
After video review, the ball is out. Call was overturned. David and Wilson are not charged a timeout. We'll resume play at 1:02.
Okay.
And that's what we want. More than anything, Drew, let's get the call right. And that's what we got here.
1:02.
So up one, J.W. Johnson serving. Right down the middle.
And you heard Thomas Wilson say how many, not referring to how many winners that have been hit, but how many net cords. So all of them in the Johnson's favor on that point. And even one on the serve, which is a replay. It's got to get past the kitchen, though, which that one easily did.
And that one's hit long from Wilson.
And again, the ability of Jorja Jansen to stare down the male in front of her and say, go ahead and attack me too. I'm going to attack you, and then if you come at me, I'm going to counter.
And there's Wilson coming back.
Boy, is that a big moment potentially, because J.W. Johnson had a ball to absolutely destroy, and Vivienne David got that back, and they end up winning that rally. That is massive.
Absolutely no sending that one back.
Now, if you are going to throw it way up in the air, it has to have some depth to it, too, or you're still giving way too many angles.
Wilson and David got to come up with something here. Oh, look at Wilson. He just fought that one as well as it could be fought, Dave.
Yeah, and then he hits a winner with his feet standing in the green on the outside of the court. He keeps setting up the forehand, but look at where this ends up.
Side out.
So 3-1 lead. J.W. Jansen here to serve. And that is long from Wilson.
Point.
So it's 4-1. Thanks for staying up with us. Vivienne David will lay the paddle down. Call timeout here. Talk things over. They do not want to let this get away. You're trailing by 3 to a red-hot team on the other side with the upset win of this tournament thus far. And if you are David and Wilson, what are your options right now? How do you get momentum back on your side?
You know, remember what we did well in game number 1. We did get some help, but when it got tough at the end, it looked like they were going to drop game 1, and they dug in and they played some really smart points. So no hero ball, number 1. Let's play by the book. Vivienne, if you're going to attack that man who is as stressed out as he looked before, just, you know, hey, let me know when to go back out there. I mean, it's just so interesting to see what motivates different players. Some would be yelling and screaming, but back to the question, if Thomas Wilson has a ball to drive, he's got to drive it, because where they've gotten a ton of their points have been missed fourth volleys off of shorter returns. Wilson chose to drop a couple of those in game 3, and that did not pay off for them. And then just play smart. The kitchen battles have been pretty close here.
See David and Wilson push back, but able to advance forward and eventually win the point.
I mean, again, just ridiculous defense. Watch them retreat and defend. And folks, anyone that tells you to just stay at the kitchen line is teaching you wrong. If that ball's up, give yourself that extra time, and you see the benefit there. And then to have that happen after just such a gorgeous point. This is dangerous. We're going to switch at 6 here. You don't want to be down 5.
Side out.
Get the side out back. That's plays like that will keep you up at night, huh?
For sure. And the play Vivienne David made on the dead run to be able to volley that safely in the kitchen there was fantastic.
Jorja coming right back.
Yeah, they got to get a third on the ground here. Get a good drive from Thomas.
And there's Vivienne David once again getting on top of it.
I mean, that's the recipe.
Two, 5-2.
Comes off the net. No problem for Wilson.
Point.
And that one's wide.
Another ball in almost the exact same place where the Johnsons were interested in what Vicky Ryan saw. We're going to play on with a wide call.
Oh, David can't straighten it out.
But back to driving the thirds and being aggressive, and now within 2.
So here's J.W. Jansen to serve. Have a side switch coming up at 6. And Wilson once again fighting it off. Here's our second serve.
And J.W. Jansen not happy with himself. There are dangerous places for you to put the ball, and high in the middle to the Wilson forehand is the most.
Oh, this David Wilson team, they are showing some fight here.
3-5-1.
Oh, Jorja Jansen again picks the perfect time.
Yeah, you got to be patient. You got Viv to pop up dink and just relentless attack. you work so hard to get those, you have to be willing to pull the trigger when you have it.
There's JW right back at you.
Yeah, and way too high, and Thomas knows it.
5-3-1.
Johnsons have been stuck on 5 here for an eternity.
Second serve. 5-3-2.
Wow.
And there it is. So 6-3 here in game 3. Again, the winner gets Riley Newman and Anna Bright on Championship Sunday. The brother-sister duo of JW and Jorja Jansen here with a chance to advance to Championship Sunday. Vivienne David, Thomas Wilson on the other side. We're in game 3. Into the net from David. And now it's a 7-3 game. So the timeout not effective for David and Wilson.
7-3-2. Point.
So switching sides has gotten David and Wilson in trouble. You saw Viv miss a return when she was in a hurry to get over there before we switched sides, and there ran through a volley. And there's the same thing right there. And this is a mess on the switch. And the returns have got to get better immediately.
Wow. And that skims across the net. It's amazing how those missed returns become contagious too.
Yeah, and then you want to put even more pressure. Now there they got lucky, but Jorja did the exact right thing. You drive it to the person on the run and make them hit a ball when moving.
Second serve.
That one misses as well. David and Wilson running out of time here.
3-9-2.
Tell you what, Jorja Jansen picked all the right spots here today. She has been the MVP. JW now with a chance to put this one away. They're 2 points away.
Second serve.
Yeah, JW took a bad step in the middle of that point, so glad that didn't go anywhere.
Point.
So we are at match point here. JW and Jorja Jansen.
10-3-2.
This to advance to Championship Sunday. And there it is. The return is long. JW Jansen and Jorja Jansen, the biggest upset so far in 2023 on the PPA Tour, and they follow it up. They do what they're supposed to do here in the nightcap to advance to Sunday.
Yeah, there's a lot of love for the brother and the sister right there, and they played fantastic. They deserve to be on Sunday. I put out earlier in the week the things to look at for this week. I said, is this the week? I kind of had a feeling with J-Dub, is this the week he's going to get to Sunday? And indeed it is. So what a match that's going to be. JW Jansen and Jorja Jansen against Anna Bright and Riley Newman.
It's been quite a day for the Jansen family. Jorja and JW celebrating the moment, and it's not done yet. Time for the interview with Hannah Johns.
Well, back to center court one last time with Team Johnson & Johnson here with me. They have earned their spot on Championship Sunday after a hard-fought 3 games. Guys, how good does this feel right now?
Oh, really amazing. I mean, yeah.
That's it, just good?
Really amazing. I thought we played really well. At first, we were playing a little bit not as good, and then we started picking up the pace a little bit more. So.
What do you do in those moments where you know you're not performing at your best? Do you guys talk to each other, or is it mainly you both know what you need to do?
We obviously talk to each other a little bit, probably take a time out here and there, and then just strategize a little bit and see what's going on.
Well, Jorja, you're going to see some tough opponents in Championship Sunday, but what do you know you need to do and what mentality do you need to go out there with on Sunday?
Well, I'm just really excited that we made it to Championship Sunday. It's my first one, and I'm really happy to do it with my brother, so I'm just going to try and live in the moment, and the chips fall where they may, and try and play my best.
Well, you're one of the ladies on tour who does not care about the guy in front of them. They'll go at them time and time again. I love that confidence. Where does it come from?
Well, no one has faster hands than my brother, at least in my experience. So getting to practice against him all the time really helps train for all these tough opponents out here.
Well, J-Dub, you've been in finals before, but this time you get to do it with Jorja at your side. Are you excited for that, and how will you prepare for it?
Oh, very excited. And then, I mean, we're just going to strategize a little bit. Obviously, I'll trash talk Anna a little bit, you know, probably tonight or tomorrow, just to get in her head, which I definitely will. And then, yeah, but also I want to say gracias for me, Trace Amigos that were watching over there. That was nice. And then, yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Is that Pablo and Federico that you're calling out to?
And Gabe and Dylan. Sorry, there's Cuatro Amigos.
Spanish is really coming along here with Team Johnson & Johnson. Guys, congratulations. We'll watch you play on Sunday.